Welcome to Liverpool for a night of championship boxing here on Box Nation. Delighted to be joined by the main man himself. How you doing, buddy? You fought through the storms?
Yeah, fought through the storms. Back here tonight, get my face in about it, and yeah, I'm excited to see a night of championship boxing.
Listen, People's Fighters are here in Liverpool tonight. It's their first event outside of Dubai. They've been doing some cracking shows over in Dubai. We've had a sprinkling of British talent on those shows so far. This is their first one here in the UK, and not only is it littered with unbeaten, rising British and Irish stars, we've also got ourselves a little IBO World Title fight as well.
Yeah, phenomenal. What's going on out with the UK is amazing, but this is the nights we want here, and to get a treat with this main event, and even the undercard, there's some phenomenal fighters on it, big punchers, some crafty boxers, so really looking forward to see what they have to offer, and that main fight's tasty, especially as a featherweight myself, so...
Of course, have a good close look at that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dayan Gonzalez from Cuba fights out to Dubai, will be in one corner. Wira Mikham, who is from Thailand, is in the other corner. Both unbeaten, both got tons of knockouts on there as well. I spoke to the promoter earlier this week. I said, listen, this is a spicy one. Both fighters can fight, both can bang. There's no blueprint to beat either man. And he said, rest assured, judges will not be required. I like that kind of confidence.
Mate, something to look forward to for us, for the fans. It sounds like it's going to be a bit of a barnstormer, and that's what we're here for. That's what everybody wants to see. So people that want to see it go to the judges. So let's hope it turns out the way it's hoping.
What you will see on tonight's card as well, as I say, packed with British and Irish rising talent. And what we're doing is something a bit special tonight here on Box Nation. Listen, we know what the fans are talking about. We hear what you're saying. People saying all the time, oh, the title fight's on too late. Why are you putting it last on the card? We're not doing that tonight. The title fight is going to drop right in the middle of this fight card. Reason being, of course, we've got a ton of ticket sellers later on the show as well. Jack Rafferty's on this card. He's making a lot of big waves at the moment. And I expect this place, it's quiet at the moment, but I'm expecting this place to be bouncing in an hour or two.
Yeah, absolutely. And for it being so early, it's starting to pick up. So I'm expecting it to be rammed pretty quickly.
Absolutely. How's things with yourself anyway? Are you in camp at the moment? You got a fight lined up?
Yeah, back in camp. Back getting prepared. I'm going to have a comeback fight. Obviously I had my accident, I had surgery, emergency surgery that's took me out for 10 months, so we're looking to have a little comeback fight, get myself back into the ring, get a wee feeler, and then I'll be heading directly for the European title later in 2025, so looking forward to that.
Fantastic. Being in hospital, that setback, any dark moments there where you're thinking, oh my god, my career's on the line here?
To be honest, I get took into hospital. The pain, everything, I never cried, I never said anything. The guy says to me, we're going to have to give you surgery, you might get a stoma bag. I says, well, I'll be able to box again. He says, I don't know, and that's not my concern. Honestly, I couldn't stop crying. I thought, this is my life, this is what I've dedicated my whole life to and sacrificed everything for. So to hear that was a bit of a mad one. Thankfully my surgeon, great guy, everything's fine. I've been checked out, I'm good to go, so mate, I've never thought anything other than this was aligned in the stars and it's meant to happen. You know, this is all part of my story, my journey, and you know what I mean? Netflix, get ready to put on a movie after I win this world title next year.
Absolutely. Listen, it's absolutely incredible to go on that journey. Obviously that's something that you can never accrue for, you can never plan for, but to have that now in the wing mirror, looking behind at it, moving forwards, are you starting to think, you know what, I've been put on this planet for a reason. I've been given this opportunity to pick my career up for a reason. Surely that's going to inspire you now to take your career to the next level as well.
Absolutely, because, mate, what I've been through this year, nobody could even imagine, never mind go through it and experience it and come out the back end of it the way I have. I'm hungrier than ever now than what even I was before. I used to think, oh, what's happening, when's this going to take off? Now I know for a fact that this was meant to be, and how can I look at somebody across the ring and think, I'm afraid of you after what I've been through, you know? So it's all just part of the story now.
European title then in your sights, but again, IBO World Title on the line tonight. Okay, we understand it's probably a lesser version of the world titles, but what it does, it unlocks doors, it unlocks opportunities, and with the IBO belt generally comes rankings with some of the other bigger governing bodies as well. I know you've got one eye on this championship fight tonight.
Absolutely. Mate, I'm back. Anybody that wants it can get it. I'm on all the smoke, so I'm already ranked number 3 with the WBC. Brandon Figueroa, Stephen Fulton, they're fighting for that on 22nd of February. Mate, one eye on this, one eye on that, one eye on Nick Ball. How many eyes can I get on everybody? It is what it is. I just want to get to the world stage as soon as I can and show them what I'm about.
It's in a little bit of a flux. Our British, Irish world champions at the moment. We've had a few drop away. I think Nick Ball, you've just mentioned, Daniel Dubois. You know, we haven't got as many as what we had a couple of years ago. I think there's a little bit of a change into the tide right now, and we're seeing the next generation, of which you are one, coming through, and I think 2025 could be a huge year for British boxing.
Oh, absolutely. It's exciting, especially with the Riyadh stuff going on. Anto Kikachi, he just became world champion, another Irish guy. Mate, it's flying now, and the talent that's coming through is phenomenal. And you've got the Fury card going on, the undercard of that, everyone's fighting for interim world titles, everyone's pushing, knocking at the door to get to that next level. So next year's going to be insane in boxing.
Absolutely. One thing I have to mention to you as well while I've got you is this change that we're seeing right now with Saudi Arabia, with the emergence of Turkey al-Sheikh, with the finances coming in from the kingdom. It's changed the face of boxing. I've been covering boxing 25 years and I've never known it to be this good. I've never known us to get that card in February that's been announced.
Crazy.
Callum Smith, Josh Buatsi is the first fight on the card. That's how good that card is.
Ridiculous.
It's an incredible time to be in boxing.
It's phenomenal, and like you're saying, money talks. If it makes money, it makes sense. All these people, you'd never get fights like that 5-6 years ago, but it's just flying and flying and going from strength to strength. And even the fact that the undisputed fight's happening again immediately, so quickly right after that first one, it's crazy. You could never have predicted that happening.
Yeah. Who did you have the first time around? Beterbiev or Bivol?
Honestly, I thought Bivol punched the head off him, boxed the nut off him a bit. So it was a close fight. Beterbiev's an animal, especially at 40. You can never fault that. You can never flaw it. And the pressure was phenomenal, and it's very much so of judges' preference in boxing, which is obviously controversial and it leaves it a bit salty with the public. But personally, I thought Bivol done the job.
Yeah, I'm like you. I actually scored at a draw on the 9th, but I felt like Bivol, if anyone, deserved to get his arm raised. I'm glad they're going to run it straight back, but I'm also glad that in another way Daniel Dubois gets to move on. I didn't think Daniel Dubois doing a rematch with AJ was the right fight. I think moving on and Daniel fighting Joe Parker is what the heavyweight division needs.
Yeah, absolutely. And after the performance he's put on, or after the multiple performances he's put on in his last 2 or 3 fights, you need to say, look at that fight, look at that result, look at how it ended. There's no need to see that again. There just wasn't any need to see that again. Joe Parker's a guy that can shake the apple cart. He's done it multiple times. Nobody thought he was going to go the distance with Wilder. Nobody thought that was possible. So Dubois, massive banger, but Joe Parker knows how to box, and it's a tasty one.
Absolutely. Listen, those fights are for the future. There's some big ones coming up, as I say. But right here tonight on Box Nation, stick with us. We've got a 10-fight card coming up. We've got that world title fight right bang in the middle. We've got a ton of unbeaten fighters coming up on this card as well. Are you looking forward to in particular?
I'm looking forward to seeing Jack Turner.
The
big
knockout
puncher,
machine.
Yeah, the knockout machine. I seen him at my last fight, and he's a confident kid, and he's got the swagger, so and he's got the power to go with it, so it's going to be exciting to see him.
Absolutely. This fella's, anyway, he's going to jump on comms in a second. Before that, he's going to patrol the room, see if Nick Ball's floating around with that world title belt so we can pick a fight.
Hey, hopefully I'm back here. Hopefully I'm back here and it's us.
Why not?
Maybe in that bigger arena.
Yeah, why not indeed. But for now, let's get the action underway. On to your MC.
Welcome to the Exhibition Centre here in Liverpool, England, United Kingdom, for a night of World Championship Boxing, brought to you by the People's Fighters, sponsored by Frequency. Tonight's action is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, your area representative, Ian Metcalf, and your steward in charge, Matt Verity, and your inspectors ringside, Barry Colson, Brian Sproston, Ashley Martin, Saqib Aftab, and Asif Khan. And now, ladies and gentlemen, time for our first bout of the evening, scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the featherweight division. And now, please welcome to the ring, Diego Lagos.
Well, a very good evening and a warm welcome to Liverpool. You're joined ringside by myself, Darren Rees, and top featherweight contender Nathaniel Collins, you've just seen on your screens. And the man who's walking to the ring as we speak is Diego Lagos of Bogota in Colombia. 11 wins, 5 losses. All 11 of his wins came in Colombia, boxing on a selection of small hall shows, mainly in the capital. And now he's no stranger to the UK, and that's for sure. He'll be looking to give the man who's just about to be announced a test.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Nelson Birchall.
And here comes Nelson Birchall. If you've not seen him before, he's undefeated, 6 wins, 3 within the distance. A super confident fighter in his ability, but also one of the biggest critiques he's got is himself. I interviewed him after his fight in Belfast, where I thought he was fantastic and he didn't put a foot wrong. But when I spoke to him, he said, I give myself a 6 out of 10. I wasn't happy with that performance, really. I did some things good, but some of it I wasn't happy with. And that is a good sign in a fighter. No complacency there. He may well have the confidence, but he's not got the complacency.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in the featherweight division. This bout is brought to you by the People's Fighters, sponsored by Frequency. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your steward in charge, Matt Verity, and your area representative, Ian Metcalf. Your timekeeper at the bell, Andy East, and your third man in charge of the action in the ring, referee Darren Sargentson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the blue with white trim. His official weight of 128.9 pounds. He has a record of 16 fights, 5 losses, 11 wins, and 5 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Bogota, Colombia, introducing Diego Lagos. And introducing his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the pink with light blue trim. His official weight of 128.6 pounds. He's currently undefeated with 6 wins, and 3 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Morecambe, Lancashire, England, United Kingdom. Introducing Nelson, the Sexy One Birchall!
Fellas, you both know the rules. Keep it clean. Nothing low. Watch your head, so when I say break, take a step back. Most importantly, defend yourself at all time.
Seconds out, round one.
Well, here we go. 6 3-minute rounds in the featherweight division here in Liverpool. Welcome along to Box Nation. As I said, you're joined by myself, Darren Rees, and Nathaniel Collins, a contender in this very division. Nelson Birchall, if you've not seen him before, describes himself as a slick, sexy southpaw. What a combination that is. He's boxing in the pink and the light blue with the matching boots. And then Diego Lagos of Colombia in the blue and white shorts with the long blue socks and the black boots. Nathaniel, good to have you ringside. Excited for a good night of boxing, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to be here. Commentary debut, so looking forward to it. And obviously I've been out the game for 10 months or so now, so I'm excited to be back in and showing my face, let my voice be heard, and I'm looking forward to a great night of boxing here.
Well, it's always good to see you ringside, even better to see you inside a boxing ring, but Nelson Birchall getting straight to work in that southpaw stance as he just puts the pressure on the man from Bogota, Colombia, Diego Lagos, and just bullying him around that ring as he starts off and just punctures the midsection with that southpaw jab of his.
Yeah, lovely jab downstairs, and he's landed it a few times, and the little lead hook to the body, it's seeming pretty effective. He's slowed the man down already.
Birchall trained by Joe McNally, an extremely experienced trainer, knows exactly what he's doing, so he's certainly in good company if he makes it back to the corner at the end of this first round. And that was a beautiful lead hook just under the left elbow of Lagos, who felt that one, and he's starting to just wince a little bit as he covers up, and the body language is starting to tell us that he might be struggling a little bit here.
Yeah, lovely shots. He's putting them together really well, and he's not smothering his own work here. He's keeping his distance really well.
And Lagos goes down to the canvas, which is no surprise with the body language which he was just showing. He was hit with a barrage of punches both upstairs and downstairs, and he's trying to convince the referee that he's fine and he's good to continue, and the referee does allow him to continue, but we know Birchall will be looking for yet another stoppage number 4 in his professional career. And that was a great lead hook. It was perfectly timed.
3, 4,
there was nothing mucky
5,
about that.
6,
he just turned
7,
the elbow over.
8.
And Diego Lagos found himself on the canvas, and the referee has made the decision to call that off. And that is win number 7 and stoppage number 4 for Nelson Birchall. I told you before we went on air he's impressive. He is impressive, isn't he?
Kept his distance well, and that shot was just lovely. The man from Bogota didn't know where he was there at the end.
Some people might watch that and think that might be a quite easy thing to put off. It isn't, is it? The way that you just time that, and the way that you kind of pull the opponent in and just throw it and detonate it exactly the right time is a skill within itself, isn't it?
Yeah, beautiful. The class he had there, the jump in, and bang right on the button, right in the chin, and what a shot.
Well, I told you that Birchall describes himself as slippery. He's hard to hit, but he's also a very accurate fighter.
Ladies and gentlemen, the official time, 2 minutes and 35 seconds of round number 1. Your winner by TKO, still undefeated, Nelson the Sexy One Birchall.
No mucking around there for Nelson Birchall. A first round stoppage. You don't get paid for overtime, as you fighters keep telling me.
Yeah, he took the one straight out my mouth there, and that's exactly what you want. Somebody to win. Sometimes the journeymen are hard to put away, and you can't quite find the openings. And yeah, he landed a perfect shot. It's going to be a great play back right on the chin, and you must be able to dig a bit. Your man went down instantly.
He was almost like he just stepped off of a cliff, the way that his legs just fell, but he's just posing in the ring now with his brothers. I've got somebody in the way of me, but it looks like his brothers there, who have both just turned over as professionals with Queensbury boxing. A fantastic performance for Nelson Birchall, and he's just making his way down the ring, and he's going to have a word with Nick P.
all matters, mate, of course. I'm ringside with Nelson Birchall. That's 7 wins in 12 months. Absolutely phenomenal. You're making this game look easy.
But listen, you keep talking about other prospects being the best prospects in Britain and this and that. I'm going to start talking about my name now.
That was a tough opponent you were in with tonight, a guy that's a bit of a road warrior, durable, usually gives people rounds, but you didn't give him an inch.
But listen, as I said, when you're talking about the best prospects in Britain, start talking about my name, Nelson the Sexy One Birchall.
The sexy one indeed. Nelson, I've got to ask you as well. You've got to be the sexy one to wear boots like that. They're probably the best boots I've ever seen.
But listen, you just said that. You've got to be, and I've worn them, so if it's coming from your mouth, I must be very sexy.
I appreciate that very much. Let's bring in your coach, Joe McNally. Joe, with a performance like that, obviously there isn't too much to take away, but it's all about at this stage. You've got him 7 fights in a year. That's phenomenal.
Yeah, you know, Nick, he's a fantastic talent. It's easy to forget. He's only 19 years of age, just turned. And, you know, people talk about talent and, you know, kids with signature moves and, you know, they're really outstanding at one thing. This is a fighter that is really good in every department. And it's a true testament to himself in the gym. You know, he learns and practices and practices and learns and repeats everything you tell him to do. He spars fantastic talent in the gym, world-class sparring, and it's a pleasure to watch him come out tonight and execute a performance, what he's been doing in the gym, and get a stoppage against an opponent no one stops. You know, so I'm really happy for the kid. I'm excited for him.
Absolutely, we can see all that hard work put in tonight. Sensational performance. Congratulations. Good luck. What does 2025 hold, Nelson? What's the dream?
More wins, keep on improving and working hard in the gym. I'd just like to say one last thing. My mum's birthday tomorrow, and I'd like to say happy birthday. That one was for you.
Fantastic. That one was for Mum. Congratulations. Let's get back to the action.
Jamie Stewart.
Well, quick business tonight in the opening bout of the evening, and we move on in this conveyor belt event, and there will be fight after fight. And this fighter making his way to the ring is Jamie Stewart, who calls himself the King. He's had a bit of a mixed career so far, half as many wins as he's had defeats. He's been in there with some solid operators though, and I think something worth mentioning is he's boxed for the Midlands.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Stephen Cairns.
Have mercy on me, have mercy on my soul. Don't let my heart turn cold. Have mercy on me, have mercy on my soul. Don't let my heart turn cold. Have mercy on me, many, wish that for me. I don't cry no more. I don't look to the sky no more. 'Cause I got it on you. I got it on you. I got it on you.
And as we just wait for Stephen Cairns, Jamie Stewart having a whale of a time in the red corner there. Well up for this one, really up for it. But here comes Stephen Cairns. He's made an appearance, and an appearance it will be. 9 wins on his record, 5 within the distance. Calls himself the Irish Takeover. If you've never seen him before, my goodness, is he good. A very successful amateur. He won multiple championships and tournaments, a 7 times national champion in the amateurs, European silver medalist, and that is just naming a few. And one thing to look out for is his body work, because he is one hell of a body puncher.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in the welterweight division. This bout is brought to you by the People's Fighters and sponsored by Frequency. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your steward in charge, Matt Verity, and your area representative, Ian Metcalf. Your timekeeper at the bell, Gary Grennan, and your third man in charge of the action in the ring, 8-star referee, Mark Lyson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the purple, green, and black. His official weight of 145.8 pounds. He has a record of 15 fights, 8 losses, 3 draws, and 4 wins. Hailing from Stoke, England, United Kingdom, introducing Jamie the King Stewart. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the white and gold. His official weight of 140.3 pounds. He is currently undefeated with 9 wins, and 5 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Cork, Ireland, introducing Stephen, the Irish Takeover Cairns.
Okay, boys, you both know the rules. I want you to obey my commands. Tell you to break clean, defend yourselves at all times, boys. Touch gloves. Pull up, boys.
Seconds out, round 1.
Well, here we go. Let's see if this one lasts any longer than the first bout of the evening. Stephen Cairns, trained by Dave Caldwell in the white and gold and matching boots, and Jamie Stewart of Staffordshire in the green and purple shorts with the black boots. Cairns, as I said before, is a grey body puncher, an elite amateur, won pretty much everything you could possibly win in the amateurs, apart from an Olympic medal. And the last time I saw him was on an undercard in Belfast with Conor Kelsall, and he dropped his opponent with a left hook under the right elbow. It's perfectly timed in the first round, and he knows exactly what shot he's looking for, and he knows exactly how to land it. Have you seen him before, Nathaniel?
I've seen him, I've heard of him. He's obviously just young, but he's looking very composed at the moment. And what I did notice was Jamie Stewart didn't look intimidated, and he came out swinging. So it's interesting to see, but it's good for Stephen Cairns, because when you get an opponent like this coming out, opening up, it gives you more openings to, find the gaps, target, and he's looking very composed and looking for those gaps just now, and he's finding them.
He is, and you pointed out that he's just a young fighter, 22 years old. And that is a good sign. He landed a good left hook there, and there was that left hook to the body under the right elbow, which I was just speaking about. And Jamie Stewart felt that one and probably sticking in the wrong place at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? He knows that he felt that one, and he's not rushing his work. He's just trying to pick them shots, take his time with it, and he's looking very good.
This one's scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in the welterweight division. I was speaking to Danny Wilson of Boxing Science, where Stephen Cairns does his strength and conditioning work. I've known Danny for a number of years. Danny said, Darren, this guy is scarily strong. For a welterweight, it's ridiculous how strong he is. The numbers he's hitting is unbelievable. And there is a lot of people talking about him becoming one of the big names in the sport, as he just lands a good overhand right there. It was nearly blocked by Jamie Stewart.
Yep, you can see in his physique and in his preparations, he's obviously taking it very seriously, and it's great. He looks up for it, and he looks strong. Powerful shots, and
head and body as well, aren't they? He's not exactly just standing in one place, and I think he smelt blood here as he just gets him on the ropes above our commentary position, just digs his toes into the canvas, head and body, hooks and uppercuts, and he's really giving Jamie Stewart a hard time, who's done well to get himself off of the ropes and create a bit of space.
Yeah, absolutely. You've seen his legs stick in there, so he's done well to survive that. Stephen just took his own distance away a bit there when he was trying to get the finish, because Absolutely. He's seen the shot land, he's seen his legs stiffen and just maybe a bit too excited.
As a fighter, when you see that opportunity, how hard is it to calculate that next attack? Because there must be every ounce of you wanting to get the job done, but at the same time you've got to think, I've got 5 rounds ahead of me. You know, how do you approach that as a fighter?
Yeah, absolutely. And as soon as you see somebody's legs stiffen, as soon as you see that wee bit in their eyes, you're there, you want to go for the finish, you want to push on. It's so hard with all the adrenaline flowing through you. All you're thinking in that moment is finish this, but like you're saying, there's another 5 rounds to go, so definitely.
The social media. Boxing's changed, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Nobody wants to see a fight go to a decision. Nobody wants to see a controversial
10 seconds,
so
corners.
That's what it is. It's a hot business. We're in it to see knockouts, and that's what the fans want to see. And you don't come to a show and remember
Seconds out, round 3.
A decision, yeah, sometimes with a war, you remember it, but them highlight reel knockouts, what we're here to see.
It's true. The average Joe wants blood. They want those. The type of stoppage which we just saw with Nelson Birchall in the first fight of the evening. If you just joined us and you missed that, I'm sure you'll be able to see that online at some point later on. But you're just joining us for Stephen Cairns versus Jamie Stewart as we go into the 3rd round of this one, scheduled for 6 in the welterweight division. Cairns, an extremely talented amateur fighter, doing well in the pros in his 10th pro fight, controlling the distance and just generally controlling the tempo and everything about this fight. Good return left hook there by Jamie Stewart. Credit where credit is due. Apologies to anybody who lost us for a few moments there. We had a bit of a technical issue, but we are back in business, so welcome back to the boxing. Do you find that Stewart is just ever so slightly out of range every time he throws a shot, Nathaniel?
Yeah, absolutely. He's become a bit more slippery as this fight's gone on, and
good right hand there, wasn't it?
I'd like to see him let his right hand go, but just as I was about to say it, he started flinging it. So
one of the things which Cairns is doing, in my opinion, so far is talking about gauging that distance as he moves in, throws those shots so nicely, like he did there. The shot which we spoke about at the start, the left hook under that right elbow. They are sickening shots, aren't they? And Jamie Stewart will continue, I'm sure of it. But how long he'll be able to continue in this 3rd round, I'm not sure, because Cairns just smelled blood. He knows exactly how to get an opponent out of there, and there he goes with the body work once again. It was a right hook to the body, followed with another left hook to the body.
6, 7,
and Mark Lyson is giving him every opportunity to get to his feet, but he'll look in his eyes and make sure that he does want to continue. And the gum shield comes out again. This time he is biding a bit of time.
Yep.
And those seconds might be the seconds which he needs to survive the last 30 seconds of this round. But here comes Cairns, here in Liverpool, live on Box Nation. Another vicious, horrible, unforgiving, organ-rattling shot from Ireland Stephen Cairns, who just chucks Jamie Stewart to the canvas once again.
5,
and he
6,
shakes his head, and
7,
he is well and truly
9.
had enough. And Mark Gleeson does the right thing. He waves it off, and there is that signature backflip celebration from Stephen Cairns as he just nods out to the supporters out on ringside, who are up on their feet, shaking their head in amazement at the talent of this kid and clapping their hands. We've got some good talent tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. The first fight's been amazing. Brilliant performance. I was actually just about to say as well there, when he starts putting them together and bringing a bit of volume in, you know, Jamie Stewart's having a lot of trouble, and, you know, just as I says that, he started putting them together head and body, and he just couldn't deal with it. And I think it was the right decision after that to just stay down. There's no need to be taking any more punishment, and there was only so long it was going to go.
Now I know you haven't been stopped in a professional ring. I'm sure you've been hit with those sickening body shots. How sickening are they? Like, you know, sparring wise, or as an amateur, or whatever it is.
Nah.
You can't describe it, can you?
I can't describe it. I've never been hit with one of those.
Here we go. He's here all week, ladies and gentlemen.
I can't describe it. Never been hit with one of those. Don't know what it feels like.
Ladies and gentlemen, the official time, 2 minutes and 47 seconds of round number 3. Your winner by way of knockout, Stephen the Irish Takeover Cairns.
So you were saying about body shots. You're still denying that you've never been hit with a sickening body shot.
Never been hit with one, but I can tell you I've hit people with plenty of them, and you know, you hear it off it. Every experienced boxing coach, every experienced boxer, the body shots are just shots you can't recover from. It's something that just takes it out of you, and you know, it's really, really difficult to get back up for a good body shot. So fair play to them for getting up again, but it just takes too much out of you, the body shots, and we were only in round 3 there, so you know, you're only halfway through the fight at that point.
Well, another fantastic performance for Dave Colwell's Stephen Cairns, and he now joins Nick Peet at ringside.
Cairns 10-0 now. Yeah. Phenomenal performance. That you're against a fighter that had a lot of physical attributes bigger than yours, but you took your time, you used your speed, and you took him out.
Yeah, I took my time, listened to what Dave was saying in the corner, and not to rush it. In the first round I got him hurt, and I should have got back to my jab, but I did in the second, third round there, and you see what happened with them body shots. Again, in my 2 fights ago, I hit a guy with a body shot, a tough guy that's never been stopped. But when a tough guy gets hit with a body shot, there's no getting up.
Absolutely, you hit this tough guy an awful lot in that first round. As you say, he stays on his feet, but the body shots changed everything.
Yeah, like I hit him with a big shot to the head, and he did a dance. And to be fair to him, he swung back. I thought I had him there, but he's a tough guy. And I knew when I came back to the corner with Dave, he said, hit the body and he'll drop, and that's what happened.
10-0 now, Dave. Is it time to let him off the leash? Is it time for 8 rounders in 2025?
Yeah, the plan was for 8 rounders this year, but circumstances are what they are. We've had 3 good fights this year. Now we're going to go to 8 rounders, step up in opposition. He's still a baby, he's still only young, but you can see yourself. You know you're boxing. He's got so much potential, and he lives it. And everybody says they live it. He lives it. You know, he leaves his family behind in Ireland. He comes over here. He trains with me. He does everything I ask of him, but more importantly, he does everything I ask for him in here. You know, and that Bellew would always say, if you can't follow instructions, you're not going to win world titles. You know, and this kid follows instructions, and I'm really proud of him, and I'm proud of the progress he's making. Really excited about 2025 because I believe I've got the best lightweight prospect in the country.
Say that again. That wasn't a lightweight tonight. That was a little bit heavier. You give a little bit away. Let's make that clear as well. But the difference now is people are going over and they're staying over.
Yeah, exactly. Like today, we took an opponent who was 2 weight classes above me. I trained this whole time for lightweight, and due to no fault of my own, opponents pulling out, we had to go up heavier, and I knew if I stuck to my boxing that would be no problem because I've got that power to hang with fucking middleweights. So I've got that power, and I knew I'd stick to my boxing and I get the job done.
It's coming at 10 stone because we were fighting a guy that we knew was going to be 10-6, 10-5, 10-6. So there's no way I'm going to bring him in at lightweight. So we give a bit of weight away, but not stupid. You know, he's gone the distance with Marco and people like that. You know, so he's a tough old man. You know, and he's swinging and he's punching. So I'm not going to give away too much weight. I know that at 10 stone, he comes in at 10 stone. He's still not going too big, and he's got his speed, he's got his strength, and you know he's a lightweight. So we're looking forward to next year at lightweight, see what happens.
Congratulations, Stephen. Go home, have a nice Christmas. We'll see you in the new year.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you everyone back home watching. Let's go. 2025 is a big year for the Irish takeover.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening, scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the middleweight division. And now, please welcome to the ring, Alan Velasquez. And now please welcome his opponent to the ring, Alex Murphy.
Well, here comes Super Alex Murphy, 11-0, yet to stop anyone yet. 23 years old from Salford, trained by Brian Gardner. Had 30 fights as an amateur, which set him up for, well, I guess the pros, really. That's what that apprenticeship is about. He made his debut back in 2021 in Manchester, and he's barely lost a round in his pro career so far. Big ticket seller as well. Even when he was an amateur, he was selling 60 tickets for fights, and that support has most certainly pushed him along.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 8 3-minute rounds in the welterweight division. This bout is brought to you by the People's Fighters, sponsored by Frequency. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your steward in charge, Matt Verity, and your area representative, Ian Metcalf. And your timekeeper at the bell, Andy East. And your third man in charge of the action in the ring, referee David Mulholland. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the blue and white. His official weight of 143.11 pounds. He has a record of 12 fights, 6 losses, 6 wins, and 3 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Manchester, England, United Kingdom, introducing Dan the Mug Booth. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the black trunks. His official weight of 136.13 pounds. He is currently undefeated with 11 wins. Hailing from Salford, England, United Kingdom, introducing Super Alex Murphy.
Boys, don't know the rules. Watch the heads in close, watch the low blows, protect yourselves at all times, most of all, obey my commands at all times. Any questions? Good luck. Touch gloves.
Seconds out, round 1.
Well, here we go. 8 3-minute rounds. Super Alex Murphy with the slick back hair, black shorts and the white boots, versus Dan Booth. He fought Lee Appleyard for the Central Area title in 2022. and lost on points over 10 rounds. After that loss in the Central Area title bout, he hit the road as a seasoned away corner fighter. He's a tough man who brings grit, resilience and experience to every contest which he's involved in. He's never an easy night's work for his opponents, and he'll be looking to make sure he's exactly the same for Salford's Alex Murphy. And Booth straight on the front foot already, Nathaniel.
Yeah, I've seen Booth a few times in the away corner in the last few years, and he's a tough night's work for anyone, to be honest. But Murphy looks the part. He's tall, he's rangy. He's also digging in the body shots. It's been good to see. The last couple of fights, everyone's been digging in the body shots, which is good to see. Sometimes people neglect the body work, but
Night of the body shots. It has been a couple of good contests of body work. And Alex Murphy, I've got to say, looks like a fighter, throwback fighter from the 50s with that hair.
He does, he looks the
slick
part.
back. This was in black and white. We could be anywhere. We could be in any period. So he just goes to control the centre of the ring and looks for that lead hook under the right elbow of Dan Booth. And Booth coming to fight.
Yeah, Biff looks up for it. You know, Alex Murphy's doing the right thing when he's at range, and he's popping that jab out, and he's just letting Booth get a bit too close to him.
Murphy just caught with a left hook on the temple there. Sort of shot just to wake you up and remind you that you've got a live opponent in front of you, that he's got good consistent work here. Just popping the shots out, head and body, body and head.
Yep. Switching stance as he moves round there. It was nice. It allowed him to land a little southpaw bolo shot, but
nice right hook to the body from Murphy.
Just needs to keep popping that jab out as Dan Booth comes in. He's getting success with it, but again underneath with the right hook, and it seems to be getting him success. So
a good steady start to the round there for Super Alex Murphy, who is currently 11-0. In that corner, he's got Brian Gardner with him, an experienced coach, who's been around the game for a very long time. What sort of advice would you be giving him in that corner if it was you, Neil, down there?
Just keep holding your distance. Like I said, he's the range fighter. As Booth's coming in, he's popping the jab, and it's kind of throwing Booth off. So when he starts moving and then holds his feet and doesn't throw the jab, you know, Booth's taking his distance away, and it's not what you want to do with Booth, because he's ready to go and he's throwing. So just keep on your movement, on your jab, and that's where you're getting success.
Corners 10 seconds.
It'll be interesting to see how he comes out, how he plans this round.
Seconds out, round 2.
This one's scheduled for 8, so we're expecting a bit of a slower start. But I've got to say, the work rate's been consistent from both of them. The monk, Dan Booth, he's bringing the fight to Murphy as he just kind of follows him round. And Murphy just on that back foot, making him think, making him move his feet.
Looked like a wee clash of heads there as he came in. And then that's it. He needs to be firing his jab right away as soon as he's at that range. Lovely.
Good use of a lead hand there from Murphy, just throwing a jab and turning a hook over afterwards, and then occasionally just sticking that lead hook under the elbow of Booth, just trying to find that body shot, a shot which has worked so well for Nelson Birchall in our first fight and Stephen Cairns in our second fight, and this being our third fight of the evening. Got a stacked and packed card here for you on Box Nation. Murphy got nice long arms, hasn't he? He can box at range if he wants to and just try and keep Booth at distance, but I get the feeling that it might be quite difficult to do that because he kind of tucks his head into his chest, does Dan Booth, and just kind of soldiers forward to try and gain an entry.
He looks physically strong. He's marching forward, like you're saying, and when he gets in there, you don't want to be wrestling with a guy like this in an 8-rounder, you know, because it just saps the legs off you, and it seems like Murphy's main attribute's his movement, so you don't want to be wrestling with a guy like Dan Booth in there.
Just over a minute to go in this second round. Murphy looking a little bit reddened around the back of his body. I think where Booth's just getting in there and grabbing hold of him, and as you were pointing out, wrestling, you don't want to be in a position where you're doing that with a strong fighter like himself. And both fighters go to the body.
Good, lovely to see Murphy getting back on his long shots there, straight shots and off on the movement. You just don't need to be there holding it at that point. Get back on, you know, side to side, get your shots out.
Murphy just gauging that distance nicely now, getting into his rhythm as he just throws that jab and just turned off nicely as that right hook came from Booth.
Lovely uppercut.
Well, I'm starting to see why Alex Murphy has gone the distance with all 11 of his previous opponents. He's a great boxer, isn't he? He doesn't necessarily, he's not a massively aggressive fighter, but he's good at just kind of boxing on that back foot, just brings it to his opponent whenever he feels the need to, or whenever he feels the want to. But he's good at just kind of picking his shots and just moving around and controlling the pace and working at a tempo which he wishes to.
Yeah, absolutely, and if you can be comfortable doing that, then why do something else? You know, your style, your attributes is being long, keeping them on the end of the straight shots, so there's no need to put the pressure on, there's no need to fight. Obviously, if you get somebody hurt, then go for it, but you know, at the end of that round there, he was boxing beautifully, he was picking his jab, throwing in the wee uppercuts, and he was catching
corners, 10
seconds.
seconds.
So there's not really a need to switch it up for him.
No, well,
seconds
I'm
out,
sure we'll see
round 3.
plenty more of that here in the third round as both fighters just come to the centre of the ring. Nice variation with the jab there from Alex Murphy as he just went body and head and then just moved out of distance as a right hand came in from Booth. Unbelievably relaxed is Murphy. Doesn't seem phased at all.
Absolutely, he seems to be in his element, but like I said, you don't want to be in there wrestling, grappling, wasting any energy.
No, and I guess what we're seeing on the exterior must be what's going on in the interior in terms of his brain and his mindset, and that's when you're going to get the best out of him, when he's just kind of comfortable doing what he does best. But Booth walking forward, trying to sink those shots into the body, definitely being the more aggressive fighter. This is kind of aggression meets skill, so far anyway.
Yeah, and Murphy's been smart with it. If you've got a guy, you know, powering forward, driving forward, and you're struggling to keep him off you, then, you know, grab hold, the ref will split it up, you can get back on the long box and then do what you want to do. So he is doing the right thing. Again, targeting the body, his body work's been lovely.
Oh, nice right hook upstairs as well, set it up with a lead hook to the body, and he's just getting that timing just right, ever so right. And Booth needs to just be careful, I think, in the way that he kind of makes that entrance, because if he falls in, Murphy's going to punish him for it, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Booth's pattern of moving in's getting quite predictable now. It's move the head off centre, move the head off centre, and then dip low. So last round Murphy was bringing in the uppercut a lot near the end of the round. Be good to see him bring that back in.
Do you think that's a shot which is going to work for Murphy, is that uppercut, because of how low the head is of Booth at times.
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost as if Booth's not even looking as he comes in, not looking as he powers forward. I'd like to see him feint with that lead hook to the body and bring in the lead uppercut instead.
Good counter punch there from Murphy, who just gets tied up and wrestled around by Booth for a moment. Not necessarily going anywhere though is Booth. He's just biting down on his gum shield and going for it. But Murphy looks like he's just going through the motions. I don't necessarily think there's been a change or an increase in tempo or pace from the first round to the second, or whatever the formation he is. He's just working at a consistent rate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that important?
I think, you know, like we said in that last fight with Stephen Cairns, and like we said with Nelson Birchall, you want to see the eye-catching stuff, you want to see the knockouts, you want to see even putting the combinations together. So, you know, if Murphy would, you know, stand, put them together in combination, then move his feet, rather than constantly travelling, he might get a bit more purchase on his shots. Like you're saying, mix it up, change the tempo. Because like you're saying, Booth's not going anywhere now. He's not bothered. He's doing what he's came to do. He's roughing him up, slinging him about. He's a seasoned fighter, like you said. He knows what he's doing.
Corners, 10 seconds.
He's been in there with some good fighters as well, has Booth.
Seconds out, round 4.
As this is round 4 of 8, I do wonder, when we're talking about kind of that consistent pace and tempo, which has its positives, is there a risk of Booth starting to work Murphy out as we go into the later rounds, if we get there?
Yeah, absolutely, and not even just work him out, outwork him, because he's powering forward, he's throwing the shots, he's looking busy. As I say that, he's get caught with a big right hook to the body there. Murphy's came back in, settled in at that pace, like you're talking about, and just doing what he's doing, but that's his style. Lovely shot again.
That's a couple of right hands he sunk into the body nicely, and the FUD was responded with a big exhale of breath from Booth. He's just going in low there, trying to dodge those shots to his head. But fair play to him, still marches on forward. He is the fighter on the front foot. Murphy is relaxed as ever, changing that angle, changing his size and level.
Oh, lovely again underneath. And what you can say about Murphy is he's calm, he's cool. You know, he's not panicking. When Booth steps in, tries to rough him up, he's taking hold. You know, there's no distress, so he's doing the right thing, and the wee body shots he's landing underneath are lovely as well, and they will start to slow Booth down.
Yeah, the body work is always the work where you start to see a impact on the fighter who's on the receiving end of it. That was a nice 1-2. Good foundation work from Alex Murphy.
His boxing very nice, and you know, at the start I think he said something, he only had 30 amateur fights, which isn't a lot of fights to have, so very impressive for how many fights he's had as an amateur.
Yeah, 30 fights as an amateur. And he has got a bit of an amateur style, the way he kind of just floats around the ring and pops those shots off. Some people are more suited for the amateurs, others are most definitely more suited for the pros.
For sure, and it's just, he's landing beautiful shots here. It's just having that extra bit of spite in the pros, and you know, making the work you're doing more worthwhile. You know, you're landing these big shots, and like he's doing now, stay there and go to work and show what you can do.
Well, one of the things that Murphy seemed to just start doing there in the last 20 seconds, tell me if I'm wrong, you're the pro fighter, I'm not, But as Booth was just falling in, he just seemed to get his timing right for those straight shots. 3 times I counted in the last 25 seconds where Booth either walked into a jab or walked into a 1-2.
Yeah, he seemed to have it there, the distance and the rhythm of it. You know, he's landing nice combinations. I'd like to see him step in and put a bit of spike in these shots, because you're landing, you've got the distance right, so you know, go to work with it. But he's boxing beautifully. You know, this is really nitpicky stuff if you look at it. What can you do to improve this performance? Have a dash,
Corners,
have a
10
bit,
seconds.
Have a bit of a go. Booth looks like he's starting to slow down. He was falling short at the end of that round, like you're saying. So
Seconds out.
it'll be interesting
Round
to
5.
see as it goes on.
Well, here we go, round 5, this one scheduled for 8. Booth, the aggressor once again in the opening moments of this round. Murphy doing more of what he's been doing in the 4 previous rounds. Nice and relaxed, sticking to his boxing, hands high, elbows tight in. Going backwards, changing the angle, and then just picking his shots.
Fair play to him, because I've not seen him panic once. He's stuck to his game plan, whatever that is. You know, that right hook to the body is beautiful, and he's landed it, you know, time after time. I don't know if he's missed it yet, so he's doing the right things.
Yeah, he's thrown that lead hook to the body over and over and over again, hasn't he? And I don't think he's missed it much anyway. And that lead hand of his, just in general, the way that he just pops that jab out, and then ever so often, or quite often even, he'll land the right hand. But I think the words which we're probably missing from this performance so far is spite, which is the word which you said earlier on, and I think you've hit the nail on the head with that. He just seems quite happy to just box rather than kind of get involved in any form of a fight, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, you're not here to take any unnecessary shots, you're not here to take unnecessary punishment, and he's not. He's doing what he's good at, and he's boxing, and again that shot underneath, and you know, if you're being critical, you want to see him stand and have a little go, but he doesn't need to, because he's cruising.
Exactly, he probably followed 2 of the wrong fighters in terms of the people who were there for that stuff, because there was 2 really good stoppages. But this is a different format, a different style of boxing when you're watching Super Alex Murphy, who...
Oh, lovely. And he's putting them together now. And
he is, punches in bunches.
And he's boxed to the game plan, like I said earlier on. They body shots will be taking their toll on Booth, and he's done the right thing here. He's slowed him down, he's not rushed it. He's just done what he needed to do, and then, you know, we're in the 5th round, 6, 7, 8. Booth starts feeling the pressure, start feeling the body shots, and at that point Murphy can start holding his feet and doing what we're saying.
Especially as this is a fight scheduled for 8 rounds. Plenty of time still left to dig those toes into the canvas and start letting his hands go and being spiteful. But Booth, you've got to take your hat off to him. Constantly walked forward with his head down, bitten down on his gum shield, and he's gone for it. But he is cut above that left eye.
Yeah.
That could be a bit of a problem.
Absolutely. He is moving into his head, and they have came together a few times, so right above the eye as well, so we'll see how that plays out. Again, if you're Murphy, you're looking at that, you're going to come out and see that.
Does that give you confidence as a fighter in the other corner when you see that?
Absolutely, it's something to aim for, and you know, this is a hard game, like I said earlier on. There's no friends here. If you've got an advantage that you can take it and aim for the eye and force the stoppage. And now more than ever, he should be putting the pressure on, putting the punches together, doing what he's doing. But you know, now's the time.
Corners,
to step up
10 seconds.
They're still working on that cut in the corner of Dan Booth.
Seconds out, round 6.
But he's up and ready to go. Both touch gloves in the centre of the ring as we go into round 6 here at the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool. Our third fight of the evening. If you're just joining us, you're joined by myself, Darren Rees, and featherweight contender Nathaniel Collins. Two really good stoppages in the two previous fights. And Murphy, here from Salford, boxing beautifully, landing plenty, and has been consistent from the opening bell.
Yeah, and it looks like that cut's kind of changed Beth's game plan, because, you know, for the first 30-40 seconds of that round, Murphy just kind of landed at will there.
Good solid right hand to the body there from Booth, but the second he landed it, Murphy came back with 2 or 3 of his own just to say, yeah, you got through with that one, but have some of this. Left hook over the top from Booth.
He's struggling just to get that distance back there. And
I guess as the rounds go by and fatigue just starts to set in ever so slightly, it'll be harder for Murphy to box in the way that it has, won't it?
yeah, absolutely. But if that's your style and you're a boxer mover, then you need to be able to hold that. And, you know, obviously this is only his 12th fight, but you're going to be going into 12 rounders eventually, boxing and moving. So, you know, this is actually the perfect learning fight for it. You've had a guy pressing forward, putting the pressure on you, you've kept your composure, you've kept, you know, your cool, and he's still doing that just now. But
nice left hook to the body there from Murphy, as Booth just bobbing and weaving around the centre of the ring with that chin tucked into his chest. I've got to be honest, I thought if anyone was going to get cut here, I thought it would have been Murphy, because of the way that Dan Booth has kind of entered,
yeah,
with his head low but then come up. But it's been the opposite way round.
Good body shot there from Booth. Yeah, he's flinging his head about quite a lot when he comes in, so I would agree with you there. I thought Murphy may have been cut, but
the last 10 seconds of this 6th round. Do you think if Booth's got any chance of not necessarily coming back into this fight, but maybe, I don't think he's going to get the victory, but does he need to make it ugly?
yeah, absolutely. And I think, do you know what, he's been trying to do that already, and I think Murphy just knows how to deal with it. He's tying him up, so Beth's trying to get in, rough him up, and, you know, fair play to Murphy, because he's grabbing a hold of him, letting the ref split. When the ref splits, he's just going back to what he's doing, and he just doesn't seem too troubled. And I remember you earlier saying he's not lost a round as a pro yet, or barely lost a round as a pro yet. You can see why. He's tidy, he's got the trick, so yeah, he's doing everything right so far.
He certainly is. He's doing plenty of good stuff, plenty of the
Corners,
right
10
things.
seconds.
You know, fair play to Booth. He's
I was going to say,
swinging every time, and he's landing.
Seconds out, round 7.
There hasn't been a moment where he's backed away, is there? Not a moment.
Especially with the body shots he's took, you would have expected him to slow down by now, but he's there, he's throwing, he's, you know, he's putting the work in, as they say. I see it says on his short waistband there, the monk, so I'm assuming that's to do with his training. And you have to live like a monk to be marching forward like this for 7 rounds.
You certainly do. He's clearly got an engine on him. He's clearly got a big heart, as Dan Booth. As yet again, in the penultimate round, he just charges forward at Murphy and sunk a big right hand into the body there. I think the referee was just saying that was a bit low.
Oh, there's one back. Good. He's just catching Booth on the end of these shots every time, and it's lovely.
I don't necessarily think we've given Murphy a hard time for not being spiteful enough, but I wouldn't be surprised, even with the way he's boxing, that if he did land one of those shots which just dropped Booth out of nowhere, because the way he's picking them, he could time something so precise which could get the job done.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, that was the perfect word for it there. He has been precise all night, so you know, I think just testament to Booth's chin here is he's just managed to soak it up and keep going, and he's obviously a tough guy, but big shots like that, you just don't want to be taking them all night.
Well, one of the things I said in the intro was around Dan Booth giving people a hard night's work and always bringing grit and resilience, and it's like he heard me say it, because everything I said, he's exactly done that. He's been a tough man from the opening bell in the first round, and the consistency of him has been something that you need to take your hat off for.
Absolutely.
Good return there, the jab and a lead hook, and Booth did land a lead hook of his own on the return there. But Murphy straight back onto his boxing and landed a solid right hand, followed it up with a good lead hand to the body.
And he's putting them together well, as Murphy. He's picking his shots. He's actually got the time to look and see what he wants to land, and he's picking them well. And that's the distance he wants to be at. He doesn't need to be, as soon as Dan puts his head close, a wee half step back and do exactly what he's doing right now. Just pick them shots. Lovely, lovely.
There you go. Good combination of shots there. Good variety. Both straight punches and hooks. And it was only 45 seconds ago or so that we were talking about that we wouldn't be surprised if Murphy did land one of those shots. And tell you what, 15 seconds longer in there, he could have had his man on the canvas, the way that he was landing them really accurately.
Absolutely. I was just about to say, if that went another 15-20 seconds, you know, he looks like the kind of guy that can force a stoppage. He might not be that one-punch knockout artist, but when he's putting them together like that, you can see Booth's, you know, physically tired now. He's took a lot of shots. He's got his cut. You know, it's a lot of things going against him at the moment, and Murphy landing, you know, 10 unanswered punches isn't helping his case. So
even though I'm
Corners,
not
10
officially scoring
seconds.
this, I'm not writing down my scores per round. My gut feeling is that Alex Murphy is going to get the nod at the end of this
Seconds
round
out
as
for
long as he
the
makes
8th
it.
and final round.
And he was off his still really early there.
He was keen.
He's waving on the crowd. Excellent performance from him, and yeah, like you said, you would really struggle. You would struggle to give a round against him here, because he's just boxing beautifully.
He is, but at the same time, Booth has done some good work, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's done.
It's just not been good enough.
Yeah, he's done what he's here to do, and he's made it messy, he's made it rough, he's made it hard. But credit to Murphy, he's dealt with it well and done what he's meant to do. So
good 1-2 there from Murphy, just solid in the middle of the ring.
oh, lovely. That wee lead uppercut I was talking about earlier on, instead of flipping it to the body, flip it to the head, and he's done that there, and he's done it again.
Not so much coming back from Booth in this round, still bobbing and weaving.
Yeah, he's struggling, blood's
still
flying.
moving forward, but not necessarily throwing the punches which he was in the previous 7 rounds.
Definitely.
Understandable as well.
Oh, lovely work. And he's doing what he should have done earlier, the wee half step back, not letting Booth close the distance on him after the combinations, and even switch hitting. And you wonder if the cut's affecting Booth at all, because you can see he's got a lot of blood around the eye.
It's got to have some sort of impact. And Murphy has, I've said it over and over again in this bout, but he really has been impressively consistent. Round after round, he's done plenty of good work. It's variation in terms of his shot selection has been fantastic. The way that he's mixed it up head and body, he's been a really hard fighter to hit.
Oh, lovely. Just landing.
And the rhythm is just lovely, isn't it?
Just, I feel like when you said a couple of rounds ago about the pace, he actually changed it up.
But a strong finish to a strong fight for Salford's Alex Murphy.
Oh, lovely, oh, lovely.
Who lands 3 or 4 punches on the face, on the head of Dan Booth in the 8th and final round there, and both of them just give each other a nod of acknowledgement at the end there. Booth knows he hasn't won that, but he gives him a nod to say, yeah, good fight. And it was a good fight, even though I wouldn't be surprised if the referee does score all 8 rounds to Murphy. It was still a good and entertaining watch. Something which I'm sure the people in here have enjoyed, we've enjoyed, and hopefully the viewers on Box Nation have too.
Absolutely brilliant fight. Sometimes, you know, the scorecards aren't always a reflection of the fight, because Alex Murphy got made to work for everything he got tonight, and you know, like you were saying in round 7 there, we just seen on the screen, but he put them together in that last round, another 15-20 seconds, and that could have as well been waved off, you know.
It well could have. Always love to see the respect at the end of the fight with the different fighters going to the opposite corners. One of the many reasons why we love this sport so much is they can stand there in the ring for 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 rounds, beat the hell out of each other, and it's all love at the end. Well, in just a moment, the referee will pull them together and we'll get the official score from our MC, Mr. Buswagon.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 8 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee scorecard. The ringside referee scores the bout 80-72. And your winner, still undefeated, Super Alex Murphy.
As you can see, it's not a big night of boxing in this city without the main man himself, Tony Bellew. Good to see you, my mate. You looking well?
Champ. I'm all right, mate. I'm doing okay.
How's retirement, kid?
Boring.
You never off the telly, you're messing up.
I know. People keep asking me to do things, and as I always say, if they're paying, I'm playing. So when they stop paying, you won't ever see me again.
Yeah, exactly.
Simple as that.
How's the golf?
I'm getting better. I'm still crap, but I'm a better version of crap, so I'm slightly crap now. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Off? Just 19. So, too many.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
it's respectable.
Put them away now, though. Fair weather golfer, obviously.
Oh yeah, listen, I'm not a fair weather. I'll play in any kind of weather. It's really difficult at the minute. My hands are absolutely battered. So cold holding the golf club.
Yeah.
You just got to keep learning, mate. It's all you can do.
Hey, that's it. Exactly. Listen, great night of boxing tonight.
Yes.
Got a title fight in the middle of the card, actually. Yeah. And that's because you had a couple of scousers, big ticket sellers, who are going to be on a little bit later on.
Makes sense.
Jack Turner in particular.
Yeah.
9 fights in, 22 years of age, 9 wins, 8 knockouts for a flyweight, Tony. My goodness.
I've been championing him for a long time. His power alone reminds me of Cully. That's what I go back to. But listen, he's got everything. He's got a fantastic team behind him. Scott, Joseph, Declan, everyone around him. So he's really flying at the minute. So he's just got to now keep his head on.
Yeah.
Don't get carried away. Don't believe in your own hype.
And he won't, because he's got a good team around him, so he's just got to stay dedicated to the cause, live it. I tell all these fighters, Nick, they've got to live it. This isn't a job, this isn't a hobby, this isn't a sport, it's a way of life if you want to get to the top. And, you know, he's got far more ability than I ever had. Most of them usually do, but do you want it as much? Do you want to live it like I did? And that's the big difference that you see as they get better and better. And I believe Jack is going to surpass maybe even all of us from the city. I just think he's got absolutely everything, and he's definitely a little bit tapped in the head, which makes it even a bit more special.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I spoke to him earlier this week. For a guy his size, and he's like Culshaw, he does look like a quiet boy as well. He could even be called the quiet boy. Yeah. But you can see he's got a nasty streak behind him. I can see him sizing me up. I'm 6'2", and he's like...
100%. He's game as anything he is. Game as a badger, but he's just... he can box, and he hasn't been able to really show it yet. I know one's gone to points, but ultimately he's still just trying to get rid of them. He's going in there just wanting to hurt people at the minute.
Yeah.
He's soon going to come up against fighters who can take a little bit, and he's going to have to think his way through bouts, and that's going to do him the world of good, because he really can box, Nick.
Yeah.
All he's shown so far is ferocity and power. When he starts sitting back, leaning back, using his jab, breaking fights down gradually, nailing with body shots, everyone will see what I've already seen in the gym a long, long time ago. So everyone was after him. He's made his bed now. He's going to lie in it, and I just think he's going to be a champion. It's a great coup for Queensbury. I can't knock them. You know, fair play. They're quite smart with the signings, and they pick up some really good talent. They really do. So they've got to win it in Jack.
Yeah. One thing he's got to compete with in this city, and you know this as much as anyone, you touched on it then, is Liverpool's fame for its fighting over the years. We've had some incredible fighters,
the best,
for decades.
Yeah.
But it's also a city that can chew you up and spit you out.
Yes.
And you and me could list a dozen Liverpool boxers now, when they were amateurs or even when they were early pros. They had all the talent in the world, and we all thought future world champion for sure. But this city has a habit of sucking people like that in, and it's rising above it and separating yourself. That's the hard part.
It's very difficult, Nick. You've hit the nail on the head. Listen, I trained with the most talented fighter I've ever been around and with, in Joseph Selkirk, and he's a perfect example. But he's there now to give fights advice. He's always there. He's an helping hand in the gym, talking to the lads and the kids. Doesn't want to go down the same road he did, but there's many more before and after him. Like the reason, you know, I'd have wished I could have had my whole career in Liverpool, but I was very fortunate that I went out for the start, came back for the middle, and then moved away for the end. And I was very fortunate to come across Dave Caldwell. But there's now, it's a little bit different now. There's fantastic coaches in the city now.
Yeah.
Joseph McNally, Declan O'Rourke, and there's more than that. I'd say there's the Steve-O's.
Yeah.
I don't want to miss anything out, but there's loads. Maybe there's tons of them. There's the new lad who...
Chris Williams, who had Sonny last week.
Who's just had Sonny last week, and I liked how he stayed strong in the corner.
Yeah.
He tried to really give it to Sonny and tell him, but there was no saving him at that point. He's in his own mind, he'd already gone.
Yeah.
And once the fight's mind's gone, that's it, that's the end of him. But he tried, cajole and doing everything. So there's a lot of talent in the city. You know, there's a lads who are doing great things in the amateur boxing. You know, Crocky's still going strong. Like Richie Elliott down there. You've got Danny Widow and No Limits. All the amateur boxing, they're all flying. They're doing well, wearing the golden gloves. But when it comes to the pros, you've literally got to be living with the fighters, because our city, as you've just touched on before, it picks people up, it chews them up and spits them right back out and leaves them on the side. And we've been renowned for it for years, and the trainers now literally have to live with the fighters. And because there's so much talent here, like what a hotbed. It's such a small city. There's so many that come out of here, Nick, there really is. This isn't a city that's the size of Birmingham, the size of a Sheffield or Manchester. It's a tiny city. Everyone knows everyone. And
the village.
It is, mate, literally, and it's so hard to keep the fighters all on board and all doing and living the right way, because we are known as a city that we live for the weekend. So we work Monday to Friday. Everyone works hard, grafts hard in Liverpool, but we live for the weekend.
Yeah.
And we've got to move away from that as athletes, as sportsmen, and we've got to educate ourselves to go, listen, this career, it's only this short. So you've got the rest of this much to carry on with. For this little part here, let's just focus on what we need to focus on. Become a star, secure your future, build a legacy, become a legend.
Yeah.
And you do that by paying attention to that short bit. The rest of this can wait.
Of course.
Just pay attention to this little bit.
Absolutely. Listen, we've got to get back to the action. But I want to ask you, Midside Derby tomorrow, the last one at the Old Lady, the last one at Goodison Park.
You have to.
And it's level, isn't it? I think Everton have won 41, Liverpool have won 41 again today. So it's bragging rights forever.
No,
whoever
like
wins.
That doesn't just fit in nice, does it? Considering it's the last ever derby, just like Goodison Park, and it's 41 each. How convenient.
Yeah, exactly,
I wonder who pulled that stat out here. Probably Chris Walker, knowing anyone's luck. But do you know what? I'm looking forward to it. I'm genuinely not going to lie. I hope the game better go ahead with gale force winds.
Yeah.
The lads just need to storm Dadders outside, lump that ball in the air, nail the first one that comes up for the just make it a fight, make it a dogfight, because we are still the dogs of war, and we will run all over you. You're getting it tomorrow. There will be no quarter left. No, every blood will be drawn. War commences at 12:30 tomorrow, Goodison Park. But listen, we're all Scouts in here. We're Scousers before we're football fans. So while I'm urging Everton tomorrow for the City in the long run, hopefully we're both flying come towards the end of the season, because that stadium building that's being built on Bramley Moor, everything that's going on, Liverpool doing great in the league, it's just great for the City. We epitomise togetherness, we epitomise, solidarity. We're Scousers first and foremost. So tomorrow we're enemies for an hour and a half, and then once it's finished, we're brothers in arms again.
Exactly. Speaking of Scousers, here's one right now. JJ Metcalf is on his way to the ring.
Quality.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening. Scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the middleweight division. And now, please welcome to the ring, Alan Velasquez.
Well, welcome back to the boxing. And here comes a man from Argentina, Alan Velasquez, who's only been stopped once in 25 bouts, and it was just about 7 days ago, maybe less, that he went 6 rounds to whole distance with Sam Eggington. He's a proper away corner fighter and has been all over the place in recent months, from Ukraine to Switzerland to Italy to France, and now here he is in the UK and in Liverpool, a proper fighting city.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, James Metcalf.
And here comes Kid Shamrock, stopped 15 of his opponents. He doesn't need no introduction. We've been watching this fighter for a long time. James Metcalf, he's been out of the ring for nearly 19 months. His last bout was on the undercard of Katie Taylor versus Chantel Cameron, where he beat Dennis Hogan for the IBO version of the Super Welterweight title. He's been involved in some big nights and he's always entertaining.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in the middleweight division. This bout is brought to you by the People's Fighters and sponsored by Frequency. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your steward in charge, Matt Verity, and your area representative, Ian Metcalf, and your timekeeper at the bell, Gary Grennan, and your third man in charge of the action in the ring, A-star referee, Darren Sargentson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the blue with white trim. His official weight of 156.4 pounds. He is a veteran of 25 fights. Hailing from La Pampa, Argentina. Introducing Alan Alferez Velasquez. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the green trunks. His official weight of 158.10 pounds. He has a record of 27 fights, 2 losses, 25 wins, and 15 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Liverpool, England, United Kingdom, introducing James Metcalf.
James. Fellas, you both know the rules. Keep it clean. Nothing low. Watch your heads. And when I say break, take a step back. Most importantly, defend yourself at all times. Best of luck, lads.
Seconds out, round one.
Well, here we go. Always good to see James Metcalf back in a boxing ring. 19 months out he's had. This one's scheduled for 6 in the middleweight division. Metcalf in the green and gold, and Velasquez of Argentina in the blue and white with the black boots. Metcalf been involved in plenty of entertaining contests, and the two that he's lost to Kieran Conway and Ted Cheeseman have been thoroughly entertaining as well. So don't go anywhere. This will be a good one. Solid jab to kick things off.
Yeah, he's came out firing with that jab. He doesn't look like he's been 19 months off. He's came back in as if the boxing ring's his home, so good start from him. Good to see him back, a veteran of the sport. So
looks in really good condition as well, does Metcalf. In great shape. He's got a good structure to him. Hands high.
yeah, he's absolutely solid. So, but you know, his opponent's pretty solid as well, and they've got a similar build. Lovely body shot.
Metcalf just stalking his man around this boxing ring in the centre of the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool. Velasquez of Argentina looks a little hesitant.
Yeah, a cagey start from the Argentinian. You just seen him throw a wee body shot, and it's a glimpse that he looks like he's got a bit of power as well about him, but he just can't get anything off them out. Very clever pressure from Metcalf.
He's applying the pressure without needing to do much, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got the Argentinian on his bike, and he's not really doing anything, and his jab's absolutely solid. Again, sinking in the body shots, and
good right hand got through there from Metcalf, and the Argentine just grabs hold of him. And I got a feeling when that bell goes in 10 seconds, it'll be a well-needed sound, and he'll sit down and need to compose and get himself back together, because I'm sure he's felt some power from Metcalf so far. And that was a good opening round.
Yeah, brilliant.
Without the need of doing bundles of work.
Good display of boxing, especially being out the ring 19 months, you know. I've been out the ring 10 months myself. Psychologically, you don't know how you're going to get back in there and feel. You don't know how you're going to perform. So, an absolute solid first round for Metcalf.
Well, Metcalf just receiving instructions of the extremely experienced Joe Manali, a man who knows his boxing inside out, and that gym must be buzzing, because the fighters which are in there, the sparring which they must all be getting, with the knowledge which is in there with as well, is making that a very special place indeed.
10 seconds, corners.
It's good to see Metcalf back out and back in business. It would be great to see him really active in 2025.
Round
but
two.
Before that, he's got this man, Alan Sebastian Velasquez of Argentina, in front of him, who's had a cagey opening round. And Metcalf straight back on that front foot. And he's going to give him a hard time, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, and like you touched on earlier, the condition, the physique of Metcalf, you can tell he's put the work in for this camp, and you know, like you're saying with that gym, it's buzzing. when you've got people around you doing things, and you know, in the big fights as well, you get buzzing and you all bounce off each other. So
that's it. Success breeds success, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and you can tell, you know, seeing that, seeing his stablemates, he's put the work in. Obviously, he's much more experienced fighter anyway. So, but the preparation.
I tell you what, I don't know how much it can be heard at home, Nathaniel, but when Metcalf lands, even on the body or the gloves, the thud which we can hear from ringside, they're heavy shots, aren't they?
Absolutely, it's like sledgehammers coming in there.
And Velasquez, as I said at the start, has only been stopped once in 25 bouts. He's been in there with some good operators and some kids with heavy hands. So if Metcalf does manage to get him out of there, that'll be a very good return to the ring after 18, 19 months out. Solid right hand to the body there from Metcalf.
Absolutely, and he's doing the right things now, but I'd like to see him, instead of landing just that single power shot, put them together a bit, because, you know, this is a tough guy, he's not been stopped, and sometimes them single shots just can't do it, and you need to kind of force that, which he's doing at the moment.
I think that's a good point, because what Velasquez is doing is he's making it hard for Metcalf to keep him in one place for any longer than a few seconds. He just gets himself out of there in the right time, but I guess that's experience.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a slippery character. Oh my goodness.
That was a tongue twister, wasn't it?
That's that Scottish coming out in me. There's certain things we just shouldn't say.
Metcalf looks like he's...
Whoa, 8 count for the ref.
Ref's all right. Back up on his feet. Solid right hand there from Metcalf, who knew that he landed that one, but Velasquez comes back with a right hand of his own, which just about snuck through.
And in the first round, Metcalf was using his feet really well when he was stepping back out of distance. Just when Velasquez stepped in to grab him, he was keeping him at the end of the shot. So I think he needs to try and go back to that and not get caught up in this guy's tricks.
Do you think over the rounds that Metcalf will eventually get there? Do you think he'll be able to pin him in a corner or on the ropes? Or do you think that, from what you've seen so far with the Argentine, that he'll just about manage to get through all of the rounds and survive it and not be stuck in the same place for too long?
Yeah, he looks slippery. He doesn't look too much under stress, and when Metcalf's getting too close, he's just grabbing hold of him. So from his point of view, he's doing the right things, you know, at the moment, but he's really just surviving. And like I said in that previous fight, when you see a fighter coming out and swinging in the away corner, it normally gives you more opportunity. So it might be worth Metcalf
10 seconds,
back a bit,
corners.
trying to draw him in.
Try and counter.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, he's got that one-punch power.
Seconds out. Round 3.
Bout number 28 for Metcalf. He's been in there with almost every style you could think of. He's been in there with the older, more experienced fighters. He's been in there with the young, up-and-coming fighters and those of a similar experience and age of himself. There shouldn't be too much which is new to him now, but always a fighter who's looking to test himself, loves his boxing.
Yeah, he's putting them together now, and there you go. He's
showing signs he does not want to be getting wrapped up, does he? He's not interested in that. He wants to be landing clean shots and be at the distance which he wishes to be.
Absolutely, and like you just said, he's been in with them all, so he's got that experience to get his hands to the inside, get his hands free when he's being held, and just punch till the ref breaks you.
Velasquez almost constantly on that back foot in this third round of this one, scheduled for 6 so far, but he goes to throw a decent left hook to the body, but it's blocked by the right arm of Metcalf.
You'd like to see Velasquez put a few shots together, because the shots he has landed so far, the wee body shots he's landing, it looks like he carries a bit of power, so it would be good to see him maybe double up, throw 2 or 3, but he seems content at the moment.
Oh, that was a good right hand to the body. Just dipped his legs ever so slightly, did Metcalf, and just sunk that right hand into the body, and it came with a thud. And you can see why Velasquez has only been stopped once in 25 times, because there's been a
lovely
number of shots which have landed, and he's just kind of shaking them off. Just starting to get the sense that Metcalf is getting through ever so slightly, a little bit more, as the minutes go by and as the rounds go by.
Again, that half step back from Metcalf. Just get your distance back. Don't be too close. Don't be there. You don't need to be. There you go. Lovely, and the change of angle that he's just showing his experience there.
Is there such thing as being too eager when it comes to boxing, do you think? Too eager to try and get certain shots off? Because can it become a bit forceful?
Yeah, you start looking for the one shot, or you start looking. Really, you just want to let it flow, and you know, people with a good boxing brain will see the shot and they'll throw it. You know, they'll throw it without trying to force that single shot, and you know, you don't know what's going on in his head. I want to get this off, I want to get that off, but
I don't want to take anything away from Velasquez, because just as we were speaking in the last 10 seconds there, he did land a shot which was heavy enough for the crowd in here to make a bit of a ooh sound. So he is getting through with some of the shots, and he's certainly no mug. He's not come here to roll over in any way. And yes, he has been on the back foot the majority of the time, but he's still been trying to get his own shots off when he's been fighting on the back foot. But it has been all Metcalf so far in this fight. Probably 90% of the time. Would you agree with that or disagree?
Yeah, absolutely. And when
10 seconds,
like you're
corners.
saying, he's not just here, but when he does throw and let his hands go, he's landing 9 times out of 10, Velasquez. So
seconds out.
The problem is he's
Round
just not
4.
throwing enough. Nope, they've lost him.
Well, gonna have a bit of a clear-up operation here in the red corner of Velasquez as the ice bucket's gone over, but we're back to business. Metcalf looking as focused as ever. Every punch he throws with enthusiasm, with effort and with impact. And the jab alone looks like it hurts every time it lands, because he just shifts his weight through it.
His jab's like a battering ram. And you just seen him there when Velasquez grabbed a hold. He tried to slip out, slide out. Same again here. He's getting better at not getting caught up with that.
Metcalf only got one motion, and that is forward, especially in this fight. He's continuously and consistently gone forward and landed a lovely jab straight square on the nose of Velasquez just a moment ago.
Yep. And you can see him trying to put them together now, and with the time it took Velasquez to get out the corner there, and the signs aren't looking too good.
Velasquez must be thinking, does this guy ever let up just for a moment as he just marches forward again? And the crowd here in Liverpool love it every single time that he does so. Velasquez trying to get a right hand off of his own, but Metcalf comes back with a short left hook and lands it on the temple. You get the sense that Velasquez is starting to tire here, starting to become a little bit more hurt as time goes by, because every time Metcalf does get into distance to land some destructive shots, he grabs hold of him.
Yeah, you can see even with, trying to throw a big bomb to keep him away, keep him off, but it's like throw a bomb, hold, but Metcalf's not letting him have that luxury of holding.
He is. Metcalf looks like he's not cut under that right eye, but there's a bit of a graze there. Or maybe it's just above the eye on the brow. I can't quite work it out.
It looks like he's got a small cut above the eye there.
A big right hand
shot
there from Velazquez. He's still a live opponent. He's still getting through, and Metcalf needs to have his wits about him because that was a solid shot which got through.
Twice he landed it there. I just think Metcalf doesn't respect anything that Velazquez is doing, and rightfully so. He's just marching right through him. So.
Do you think it's just a case of more of the same for Metcalf? Just keep that consistency, keep that work rate, keep pushing forwards, just doing more of what he's been doing in the previous rounds?
Yeah, absolutely. He started that last round fast there. He never let Velazquez grab a hold of him. Velazquez is in the corner now, breathing heavy.
He is. That's a good observation because he is taking some big, deep breaths in that away corner there.
He's certainly feeling the pressure. That last round, he's trying to wing shots in, but
10
Metcalf
seconds,
has to be
corners.
careful because the shots that Velazquez is winging to keep him off are landing, and again, this is boxing.
Seconds out, round
one
5.
shot changes a whole fight.
So it's a good observation which you made there, because I can't tell you how heavily Velazquez was breathing. His corner is a couple of feet away from our commentary position, and if you looked across to Joe McNally working in the corner of James Metcalf looked like he just sat down for a Sunday roast, but Velazquez was deep breath, really panting. So he is certainly feeling the pace, and you sense that Metcalf's getting wind of that as he just tries to knock the wind out of him with that lead hook to the body.
Yeah, and he's doing pretty much the same as what he came out and started with the pressure, with the feet, pressure with his physical presence is making Velazquez work. He doesn't even really need to throw any punches, and Velazquez is on his bike, so that with the added punches that he's picking to the body, to the head. Brilliant shots, wow.
Great. 2 shots straight to the body, both of a thud.
He's starting to pick them well, and the openings that...
Both of them through left hooks there. I think the left hook of Velazquez landed before Metcalf did. Just knocked him off of rhythm for a slight second, but he's straight back to his boxing.
Yeah, Velazquez is just letting him know, I'm still here, I'm still dangerous.
That canvas starting to get a little bit slippery. Those lights are hot, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And when you're in there, obviously doesn't really matter the venue too often. It starts getting hot after a couple of rounds.
Good shots there from Metcalf, and the sweat bounced off Velazquez's head and glimmered in the brightness of the lights as Metcalf just walks forward again, trying to work his man out, trying to work out which shot is going to work for him. As he throws a big 1-2, and Velazquez...
He took a deep breath there with that body shot.
He's a tough man, is the Argentine. Seriously tough. Many a man would have gone down by now, we know that.
Yeah, absolutely. Lovely body shot.
Right hook to the body.
He actually folded over a wee bit with that one.
I tell you what, he's going to wake up in the morning and know he's been in a fight. I think both of them will, actually, because it's been a rough old contest. More with Velazquez trying to just wrestle a little bit, but he has got through with a couple of big shots of his own. But he's certainly been beaten to the exchange 9 times out of 10, maybe a little bit more. Velazquez constantly reminding James Metcalf there that I'm here, I'm live, I've got a big, wicked, horrible right hand. I've hit you with it a few times and I'll hit you with it again.
Yeah, definitely, and you can see that he's got a bit of power behind him, and the way he throws it is, you know, he's thrown up with spite. We were talking about no spite earlier on, or he's thrown up with spite, he's letting them know I'm still here, and you know, it'd be interesting to see what he can do if he puts them together.
Yeah, I think if Velasquez really starts to go for it, that'll kind of open him up a little bit and let Metcalf get through those bigger shots and those flurries of combinations which he's been trying to get through. Because what Velasquez has been doing well for me, in my personal opinion, is there's been many a shot which
10
Metcalf has
seconds,
thrown,
corners.
it's been big and horrible and it's been on target, but he just about gets out of the way at the last
Seconds out for the 6th and
millisecond,
final
doesn't he,
round.
almost every time.
Yeah, very experienced. He knows how to ride the shots. He's moving well. He's moving away from them. Don't get me wrong, he's took a couple of big ones, but he's handled them well. But we spoke about the condition of Metcalf earlier, and he's solid and he's in great nick. You can say the same for Velasquez. He's in brilliant condition, brilliant shape, and obviously
what I love about seeing some of these away corner fighters come over, like your Velasquez, is you kind of watch him and you start matching him up with other people, some other good British fighters, and you think, oh, it'd be a good test for X or Y or Z. He's made a good example of himself tonight.
Yeah, definitely. He's certainly not made easy money. There's easier ways to make your money than this.
Certainly is. I have got 100% respect for these away corner fighters. They are the people who keep the sport going. And he's taken some punishment tonight from Metcalf, but he comes back with a couple of his own, and Metcalf counted with a good left or right hand there. I didn't quite catch which one it was.
You know what? Credit to Velasquez, he's tough as nails. He took that right in the chin and he wasn't even looking, and he just shook it off. And
solid
what a
right hand
shot
to the body there from Metcalf, who just dipped his legs and let that sink in. And Velasquez most definitely felt that one as he just tries to move round the outer part of the ring and get his breath back.
You know what? He's played it off well there, but he felt that one, and you know, he took a step back instantly, tried to get on his bike. Now he's holding. Metcalf really needs to capitalise on that. Oh, and again.
Well, if Metcalf is going to get the job done, he's got under a minute to do so. I don't think he's going to be able to with a fighter as tough as Velasquez. The Argentine has put some shift in this evening here in Liverpool. He's landed some good shots of his own. He's taken bundles of them. And as I say that, Metcalf comes forward once again with big, heavy shots. Well, both of these deserve whatever treat it is they want afterwards, because they've put on a good performance and they've put in some shift. And that was a nice left hook to end the last few moments of the 6th and final round of this contest. Hats off to both guys. In my opinion, Metcalf has won pretty much every round there, but Velasquez is tough as old boots. And Joe McNally is just giving him a high five and a bit of a fist pump to tell him exactly that, I believe.
Yeah, definitely. I think that if you're Metcalf, you're looking at that, probably a little bit disappointed you never get the stoppage, but at the same time, you've been out the ring 18 months, or 19 months, sorry, and they're valuable rounds. They're valuable rounds to working back to where you want to be, and you know, there's not going to be many that are as tough as Velasquez, and you know, that's the kind of test you want coming back.
I was going to say, do you think that is exactly the type of fight he needed at his level, coming back after 18, 19 months out?
Yeah, I think it doesn't do him any favours with the level he's been at, with the experience he's got to come in and blast somebody out in a round or two. So, you know, that was more valuable to him than any stoppage. You know, if he got it there in the last round, brilliant, but the rounds will be more valuable to him than, you know, just coming in and blowing somebody away.
Well, let's get the official score from our MC, Mr. Husragin.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee scorecard. Referee Darren Sargentson scores the bout 60-54. And your winner, James Metcalf.
Mate, how does that feel to finally put 19 months of frustration behind you?
It feels great just to be back here, especially in front of my own town. You know, I've had a frustrating time, and to be honest, I needed that little 6 rounds there just to get, like, I could feel the rush myself in there, like stuff I should have been doing that I weren't, so it only put me in good stead there.
43 fight veteran, only ever been stopped once. You hit him with everything and the kitchen sink at one point, and yet he stayed in there. Fair play to him.
Yeah, he was tough as anything. He knew how to survive, and you know, he marked me up as well. A few head clashes and that, but yeah, it's all part of the game.
Listen, you're back in the mix now. You've shook the cobwebs off. Hopefully 2025 everything opens up for you. You're still one of the best welters, light middleweights in the country. Let's start calling out some names. Let's start calling out some fights.
Yeah, definitely anyone in the top 10, I want them all, so I want to just get myself back to where I was. Got that title stripped off me, but you know, I was knocking on the doors to WBA World titles, and I want to be back there.
A lot of eyeballs on Conor Benn at the moment. The Eubank fight apparently has fallen off. He may well be looking for opponents. I'm guessing your hand's going to go straight up.
Yeah, I'm here. I'll fight anyone, especially a big name like that. You know, I think I'll beat the likes of them as well, so I just haven't been given that opportunity yet, so give me the opportunity. I'm 36 now, I'm not getting no younger. It's a perfect time for them to get me if that's what they think, so any of them come and fight me.
Congratulations, Jay. We'll see you again in 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening, scheduled for 3-minute rounds in the lightweight division. And now, please welcome to the ring, Dayan Gonzalez.
And back to the boxing we go. Here comes Colombia's Dayan Gonzalez, 21 years old. 3 wins, 3 losses. Quite used to boxing on the big stage. He had some good scraps at home in Colombia. Won 3 out of 4 before he boxed on the undercard of Artur Beterbiev versus Dimitri Bivol 1. And this is his 2nd time fighting in the UK.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Alfie Middlemas.
And here comes Alfie Middlemas, 21 years old, making his debut. Trained by Jamie Moore and Nigel Travis. He started boxing around 13, 14 years old. And he said he's always been a competitive kid, no matter what sport he's done. He won the Development Championships just over a couple of years ago. And he's itching to get his professional career underway. And my goodness, has he got some experience in that corner, with Jack Catterall in there as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds in the lightweight division. This bout is brought to you by the People Fighters and sponsored by Frequency. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your steward in charge, Matt Verity, and your area representative, Ian Metcalf, and your timekeeper at the bell, Andy East, and your third man in charge of the action in the ring, A-star referee, Mark Lyson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the black trunks. His official weight of 135 pounds, bang on. He has a record of 6 fights, 3 losses, and 3 wins. Hailing from Colombia, introducing Jesus Gonzalez. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the black and silver. His official weight of 128 pounds, bang on. And tonight, he is making his professional debut. Hailing from Manchester, England, United Kingdom. Introducing Alfie Middlemass.
Okay, boys, both know the rules. Want you to obey my commands. Tell you to break clean. Defend yourselves at all times, okay? Protect the 10 and total momentum. Good luck, boys.
Well, here we go, the debut of Alfie Middlemass, who isn't just a boxer, he's an actor as well. And some of our older viewers may remember his dad in Coronation Street,
round 1,
who played Dave Barnes. So he's taken after his dad in that respect, but here he is doing a sport which he loves so much. Remember your debut well?
Yeah, absolutely, and sometimes you'll find your debut will probably be your career best performance, so you feel amazing, unstoppable. You're getting the chance to go and do what you love doing, and you've still got your innocence about you at that point, so yeah, absolutely loved it. And the noise for the room, you know, obviously a very popular lad. He's brought quite a crowd with him, so
he has. A big crowd have come over here from Manchester, just a short distance away, and he will most certainly be looking to impress, will Alfie Middlemass.
Yep, and he's came out here full of confidence, as you should do on your debut. Looking very prepared. Like you mentioned earlier, you've got Jack Catterall in your corner. That will, you know, fill you full of confidence. So
exactly, that's we spoke about the Rotunda and Joe McNally, but talking about Jamie Moore's gym with Nigel Travis as well, the fighters coming out of there, you've got really good young talent in there, the likes of Cameron Wong in there. There's just so much experience, so much hunger, and naturally as a fighter he'll lead off of that. But here we go, nearly halfway through his first ever professional round, and good work rate coming from Manchester's Middlemass. Working that jab nicely, looking for those body shots with that lead hand of his. And he's certainly the fighter who's setting the pace and stalking Jesus Gonzalez of Colombia around the ring.
yeah, absolutely. He looks like he's enjoying himself. He's sharp, he's quick.
Is it hard to enjoy your debut?
I think there's a lot of pressure on your debut. You sometimes it's the first time people are coming out to watch you. You really want the stoppage when you're making your debut, and there's a lot of pressure on you to get that. Sometimes it can lead you to make silly mistakes, but if there's any advice to anybody making your debut, relax, enjoy the moment, you put the work in.
Solid right hand got through there from Middle Miss, and Gonzalez just soaks it up. Tough man he is, but a tough man on the back foot as Middle Miss just tries to get through with that right uppercut. And he just seems like that adrenaline might have just ever so slightly settled as he settles down on his own shots. And his feet look like they're just fitting into place and he's getting into his groove.
Absolutely, 2 big right hands he's landed there, planted his feet and flipped them over the top, and he's actually getting them round the side of Gonzalez's gloves, and he's doing the right thing. He's picking the wee shots. Gonzalez is trying to cover up nice and tight and not leave any gaps, but fair play, he's picking the right gaps.
What's it like when you go back to that corner after your first ever professional round? I'm fascinated by debuts, because as a fighter you work like you must, when you start boxing, as you wrap your hands for the first time, as you go into your first amateur gym, you must dream when you lay in bed thinking about that debut night. And then what's it like? What is it like? You get your first round over and done with, you go back to the corner. Is there that moment of, oh, thank goodness that's done?
Yeah, absolutely. Like you're thinking in your head, what's it going to feel like when I get hit with
corners, 10
seconds.
seconds.
First time, what's it going to be like? How am I going to perform? Is the stuff I've been working on going to come out in the fight that I've been doing in the
Seconds
gym?
out.
There's a
Round
lot
2.
going on and a lot to deal with, but he's got an experienced corner. They'll certainly keep him calm. Thinking back to my debut, I've been with my coach Joe Ham since I was 15, 16, and when you come back, it's all about the corner, keeping you calm. And I remember Joe saying to me, how was that? How did you feel? So enjoy it.
That's it. That's Cian Alfie, Middle Miss of Manchester. Looks like he is enjoying this. Doesn't necessarily look phased in any way. He's got the bit between his teeth as he just kind of quite quickly moves his feet in and out, landing those jabs and those right hands. Throws some good body shots as well, but he has got a live opponent in front of him, who every so often is throwing a burst of 3 or 4 shots, and he just needs to be careful he doesn't get caught with those.
Yeah, absolutely. Gonzalez is there, he's firing, he's smiling at him, so he doesn't look phased at all, even though there's some solid shots going in by Alfie. Lovely body shot.
Solid right hand there. Gonzalez felt that one. That one was for sure. Tell you what, I'm impressed with Middle Miss so far. Really composed, disciplined, mature performance. I know we've only had a round and a half so far, but he doesn't look like a kid making his debut. He looks like somebody who's been in there 3, 4, 5 times.
Yeah, he looks the part, looks seasoned, he's doing all the right things. Again, like you said, preparation in the gym with the right people around him, and you're eager if you're in a gym with the likes of Jack Catterall, Cameron Vong, then you're eager to perform and show, no, I should be in that gym, look at me, I'm a prospect.
Good, solid, heavy right hand landed on the gloves and slipped onto the head of Gonzalez there from Middle Miss.
Almost every combination he's finishing under with that lead hook to the body, and it's a lovely shot, and he's landed it almost every time he's thrown it.
Got through with a right hand of his own, a short right hand did the Colombian, who just tries to play with the mind of Middle Miss as he switches stance.
It certainly never worked. He got a big right hook to the body for his troubles.
He may well know that Alfie is an actor, but there's no way he's going to let him rip the script up on his debut night. One of the most important nights in his boxing career, and as he just goes back to that blue corner and sits down and looks at Jamie Moore, there's a big smile which filled his face, which is always good to see. But looking in the red corner of Jesus Gonzalez, he's not breathing heavy, looks like a fit, well-conditioned individual, and I think he'll just keep this pace up, keep this consistency flowing and going for the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, and he won't be phased. He's, like you're saying, he's been on the Biterviev and Bivol card, so he's been on a big stage. He doesn't look like he's feeling any pressure. He's just taking it in his stride, and it's another night at the office for him. But you know,
Corners, 10
like
seconds.
you say, he's back to the corner, smiling, happy, and that's what it's all about. You're a young kid, you're living your dream, you're out here.
Seconds out,
Bought
round
a bunch
3.
of fans, so soak it all in.
That's it, soak it up, put on a show. Middle Miss wasting no time, getting back to business, getting back to the action, but Gonzalez coming out with a bit more urgency and a bit more of a work rate in this third round of this one, scheduled for 4. And that'll be down to Middle Miss to put him out of that flurry, put him out of that rhythm and that flow, and go back to how it's been in the last couple of rounds, where he's been controlling the pace and controlling the fight.
Yeah, he's just letting him know he's still there, and it's good because you don't want to come into your debut and just nothing's coming back, and you want that wee bit of a test, feel the small gloves hitting you, get a chance of knowing what it's like.
Something a little bit different about Gonzalez in this round. Not that Middle Miss is letting that phase him in any way. The second that he tries to come back, the man from Colombia, with a few shots of his own, he seems to put his foot on the gas, does Middle Miss, and just ever so slightly up the pressure his end, just to make sure that he's showing the referee Mark Lyson, who's scoring this fight, that this is yet another round in the bank for him.
Yeah.
He will want to win this 4 rounds to 0.
He's looking very composed. Think a bit of acting coming from Gonzalez there.
The roles have switched.
And he's waving him on, and it's all good. Middle Miss needs to just stay focused, stay composed.
Lovely right hand to the body there, just above our commentary position. Really stung that one.
Would be good to see Middle Miss doing more of what he done at the start, keeping the distance and the gap between him and Gonzalez, because you know it's only your debut. There's no need to be taking any shots like this. If you can put them together and look good and avoid taking shots at the same time, even better.
I like the way that Middle Miss just kind of tucks that guard in and throws that lead hook or uppercut into the midsection. He's kind of sorted that shot out nicely already.
Definitely. It's not the place you want to be with these journeymen, because they're in with their heads low, they're flinging their heads about, elbows about. A recipe for getting cut.
It is, but do you feel that Gonzalez had a little bit more urgency about him in that? I don't think he had necessarily much more success, because he added the fire, his end, but the fire certainly came back a little bit more impactful, didn't it, from the Middle Miss way?
Yep, absolutely. Came out the start of that round throwing and tried to put a bit of pressure on and test the waters and see, you know, is Middle Miss about it, and he was, and like you say, Gonzalez tried to bring the fire and Middle Miss came back with it, brought the smoke.
He did some good defensive work there, which we're just seeing on the replay from Middle Miss. Some threes and fours which were coming from the Colombian. But Middle Miss just bites down on his gum shield.
Seconds out for the 4th and final round.
Yeah. It would be good to see him this round maybe moving his head after the combinations rather than just tucking up.
And Mark Lyson just giving the pair of them a clap as the start of this 4th and final round and this professional debut for Manchester's Alfie Middle Miss, who's a big boxing fan himself. He said his dad's a massive boxing fan and probably watches more than him, and that's saying something. And I'm sure he's in here somewhere and will be probably very nervous, very excited, but enjoying every moment of it at the same time.
Yeah, and it's a tough thing to watch as a dad, or even as a mum, as a partner. Out watching your family fighting, anything could happen, so...
Yeah, exactly.
It's the first time for them as an experience as a professional as well. And it's looking like he's really wanting that stoppage. He's going to work.
He really does. He's going for it. He's got some venom in those body shots in particular. You can just see the way that he puts every bit of might into them. Lovely right hand there for a middle miss. Timed it nicely. Pivoted that back foot. It was a textbook shot.
You've seen Gonzalez shaking his head there a little bit, trying to say that never hurt.
And that's always the way they say that it did actually hurt, isn't it?
Aye. You're better off not doing anything. If I see a guy shaking his head, I'm going for the kill.
Yeah. Good work from Alfie Middlemis to finish this fourth and final round. I think you're right, he's really going for that stoppage now. And Gonzalez just finds himself cornered on the ropes more often than not. And the body shots are just coming in one after another. And so are those headshots, that whipping left hook and that right hook which followed.
Yeah, and that was good for Middlemas there, because Gonzalez was complaining to the referee, but the referee never said anything, and he just kept punching, and that was the right thing to do, because, you know, don't stop till the ref breaks you.
Another big heavy right hand from Middlemis. Follows it up with a lead hook to the body as we go into the last 10 seconds here at the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool, live on Box Nation. The debut of Alfie Middlemis has been a good one. He can hold his head up high. Jamie Moore gets into the ring and gives his man a round of applause. I'm sure he's happy with what he's seen. There would have been plenty of which they had worked on for months and months and months. Come out, and lovely to see Jesus Gonzalez raise the hand of the lad from Manchester and show the respect and appreciation for a good fighter who's had a very good debut.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant performance, impressive performance, and you know, he'll be probably gutted that he never got the stoppage there, as everybody has in their first fight, but it was a solid performance, and you know, you're here to learn, enjoy yourself, do what you're doing, and you can't stop them all, unfortunately, so...
You certainly can't. Well, Mark Lyson just getting Jesus Gonzalez together.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee scorecard. Referee Mark Lyson scores the bout 40-36. And your winner, Alfie Middlemis.
And Alfie Middlemis, of course, gets the decision. And the crowd makes some noise. And he'll go through the normal process of getting those pictures taken. Probably some of the most important pictures he'll have as a professional fighter, and ones he'll look back on for a very long time with the team there. And from debut to a world title coming up next in the 6th fight. But before we get into that, Middlemis just making his way to the ring apron. And he is now with Nick P.
I'm ringside with Alfie Middlemis, officially professional boxer. How does that feel?
Feels amazing, mate. You know, it's the stuff you dream of. Boxing in front of all these people, it's amazing. You know, I've got fantastic support from Manchester, and it means the world, everyone coming out to me today, and yeah, what a moment for me.
Atmosphere was amazing, you're right. Obviously did a lot of tickets, but at what point in your fight, Alfie, honestly, did you start enjoying it? Was there a lot of nerves going in?
Do you know what, mate? There was a little bit of nerves going in, but after that first round, after I started establishing my jab, you know, everything flowed from there, and I just enjoyed the moment. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I was having it with him in there, and I really enjoyed it. So
when you come out for round 2, you looked across at him, you give him a little wink at the start of the second round. I thought, oh, he's enjoying himself now.
Oh, mate, I was loving it, but you know what? I thought I was going to get it, but you know, he's a tough cookie, and it was hard to break him down. But I'm just glad with the win today, and we move on to the next one. I'm going to have a massive 2025, so exciting times ahead.
Absolutely, and I've got to say as well, how special it must be to make your debut with the best super lightweight fighter on planet Earth in your corner as well.
Unbelievable, you know, the gym's amazing, it's thriving at the moment, full of world-class fighters, and Jack's helped me so much. He's brought me on as a fighter through the last years, and I'll never be thankful enough for what he's done for me. So yeah, it's great, fantastic.
Well, you're right, Mosey's gym is a conveyor belt of talent, and it looks like we've got the next piece of talent off that conveyor belt. We'll see you again 2025, and hopefully nice and busy.
That's the one, mate. Big 2025, let's go.
Magic. Congratulations, buddy.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening, scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the super middleweight division. And now, please welcome to the ring, Octavian Grady.
And here comes Greater, 8 wins and a fair few defeats. He's been on the road for quite some time, since 2015 in fact. Taken some good kids the distance, the likes of Lewis Crocker, Joel Bartel and Travis Waters, to name a few.
And now please welcome his opponent to the ring, Gerome Warburton.
And here comes Gerome Warburton, who calls himself the bread maker. 14 wins in total, 1 loss, 2 draws. Had his first boxing bout when he was 16. He was a fairly late starter to the sport, starting at around 14. Initially went to a boxing club with his mates. They stopped, he didn't. And since then he's boxed in the amateurs. He boxed for Wales in tournaments around the world. And then he turned over as a pro in 2019 in the world famous spiritual home of British boxing. Which is your call?
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in the super middleweight division. This bout is brought to you by the People Fighters and sponsored by Frequency. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your steward in charge, Matt Verity, and your area representative, Ian Metcalf, and your timekeeper at the bell, Gary Grennan, and your third man in the ring in charge of the action, A-star referee, Darren Sargentson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the camo trunks. His official weight of 165.2 pounds. He is a veteran of 84 fights. Hailing from Romania, Octavian Grady. And introducing his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the black and gold. His official weight of 166.6 pounds. He has a record of 17 fights, 1 loss, 2 draws, 14 wins, and 2 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Colwyn Bay, Wales, United Kingdom, introducing Gerome the Bread Maker Warburton.
Fellas, you both know the rules. Keep it clean. Nothing low. Watch your heads. When I say break, take a step back. Most importantly, defend yourself at all times.
Well, here we go with our next bout of the evening. Apologies, the judges had taken their seats. It was due to be the IBO World Title fight. This is the live
Seconds out, round 1.
This one, Gerome Warburton versus Grady. The World Title fight will be coming up. But we've got this one first, 6 3-minute rounds. Warburton beat Aaron Sutton in an eliminator for the British middleweight title in April this year. So I'm sure he'll be chasing that opportunity to fight for the Lonsdale belt in the not so distant future. Brad Pauls, of course, holds that. And he is fighting Denzel Bentley tomorrow night. That will be some scrap on the Magnificent 7.
Can I just say the Bread Maker might be the best boxing nickname I've ever heard in my life for a guy called Warburton.
It is a good one. It is a good one indeed. As he just tries to control the distance and the pace in that southpaw stance of his. Warburton in the black and gold with the black boots. Octavian Grady in the black and or grey and green shorts and the grey gloves. On that back foot, he finds himself against the ropes. Talking of good boxing nicknames, Rashid Omar has got a favourite of mine. He calls himself Brickfists. What's yours?
My nickname's The Nightmare, but I don't think it's as good as Breakfast.
There's some crackers out there. But here comes the Bread Maker taking a nice and slow and steady start.
Yeah, he's not doing anything too crazy. Establishing his jab. Really the only shot he's thrown, but just feeling himself into it. We're only 2 minutes into the first round and taking his time to feel his way in.
Overhand right just came from Grady a moment ago, just to keep Warburton on his toes. Three points for bread puns in this one.
Yep.
Nathaniel, come on. Let's see what you're made of. You've got to earn your dough somehow.
You've put me on the spot now. All I'm going to think about this whole fight is bread jokes.
The last 10 seconds in this opening round for Wales is Gerome Warburton, who fights Romania's Octavian Grady. I've got to say, there isn't a lot to talk about in that, because it was just a theme of Warburton just following his man round, popping the shots out whenever he wished to, and a pretty negative approach from Grady, who He's yet to sit down on his stool, and I'm not surprised because he didn't really do a lot.
Nah, absolutely. And, you know, it's as much as you say so, it's Gratty's doing what he's here to do, so Warburton needs to kind of step the pace up and just, you know, you've established your jab, you've felt your way into it now, and let's start putting them together, because if you let a guy like Gratty, you know, rest, relax like that, he'll do it for the whole fight, so it's your responsibility and your job to start putting the foot on the gas.
And I'm sure we'll see a
Corners,
little bit more
10 seconds.
action from Warburton as the rounds go by, and this one's scheduled for 6. Most
Seconds out, round 2.
Slow and steady, unless your name's Nelson Birchall, of course.
Yeah. Back out, firing right on the jab again. Give him his due, his jab's pretty solid.
He has got a good jab. He stands there in that strong, wide stance with those hands up. The foundations are really good. You tell he's had a good amateur career, good amateur background.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's, you know, looking at him now from outside the ring, his legs are solid, he's got a big sturdy base, so I'm sure he can whack, and, you know, Gratty's not trying to find out anyway. Just need to edge your feet in with guys like this, and, you know, not let them kind of dictate the pace, slow the pace down, you know, run around the ring, cut off the ring and start putting them together.
He's doing a fairly decent job so far of cutting the ring off, but seems to have a little bit of trouble just keeping him there once he has cut the ring off.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably the lack of volume, so once the ring's cut off, he's throwing his big shot, but then he's allowing Gratty too much time in between combinations, in between punches, to kind of move off from where he's trapped him, so lovely shot.
Really good left hand to the body there from Gerome Warburton.
Right,
sunk that one in.
Right in the bread basket.
Oh, there we go. He's here all week, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, and he's, you know, Gratty landed a nice wee lead hook there.
He did. That one landed cleanly, that's for sure. But a good lead right uppercut in return from Warburton, who gets his man on the ropes and just tries to keep him there with that sturdy jab of his.
I'd like to see when Warburton edges his feet in, just kind of stay there and let your hands go a bit. Random high five there in the middle of the round.
What Warburton seems to do well is he throws those shots upstairs, and then he's good at sinking a shot down to the body, doesn't he? He sets those body shots up fairly well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when he comes into that head shot, the rotation that comes back to bring the body shot is, you know, these shots landing are taking the wind out your sails, so he's doing the right thing. Just would like to see more of it, a little bit busier.
They can be quite a hard night's work, can't they, these away corner fighters who are just really negative, because it's really hard to make you as a fighter look good, impressive, entertaining, effective.
Yes.
Because they know every trick in the book when it comes to making sure you don't get any of your good stuff off, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's, you know what, that's part of the game, and you as a fighter have to
Corners, 10 seconds.
Take that in your stride, and we've seen Metcalf do it earlier on, and, you know, the guy was negative, but he was just
seconds out, round 3.
Unfortunately, that might not be your game plan, but that's what you need to do with these guys, because otherwise they're going to make you look probably even worse than you are.
Well, here we go, round 3. Warburton fighting out of Colwyn Bay in Wales, where he trains in a boxing gym there and has done for a long time. His last fight ended in a draw against Ryan Kelly. That was a Channel 5 show, and he's constantly trying to keep building himself in the ranks. And like I said earlier, he'll be chasing that middleweight title shot.
Good, lovely straight right down the pipe there. He's starting to open up a bit more now. Whether he's went his corner and they've said let the hands go, he's certainly throwing more.
Good to see Grady coming back every so often, because, well, we're nearly halfway through the third round and there's probably been 2 or 3 attacks from him.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what, in a 6-rounder, if you're already a seasoned fighter, you need to be putting your foot on the gas, you know, halfway through the fight now.
Decent straight left hand got through there from Warburton. Was just snapped the head back of Grady.
You can see Grady knows what he's doing. He's a slippy character, and I think he said earlier he's been in with Crocker, he's been in with big punchers, and he's not been stopped. So,
and you can see why, can't you?
Yeah, certainly knows what he's doing, and he's doing it well. What he's came to do, he's doing it well. So, you know, the ball's in Warburton's court to step on it, and you know, you might need to take 1 or 2 of these guys to.
It's all experience, isn't it? And it's frustrating for a fighter like Warburton, who wants to be entertaining, and he's not necessarily doing anything not to be entertaining, but because of the negative approach which the man from Romania is bringing, you can tell that the crowd in here have switched off.
Yeah. And sometimes it's not the case. You know, Warburton's, he's actually boxing lovely. He
does some really good stuff.
Yeah, he's behind his jab, solid 1-2, but you know, sometimes you just need to switch it up and go, can't just box how I want to box here. And actually that's what these opponents are all about, because you're learning sometimes it's not going to be as simple as I'm going to outbox this guy, I need to outwork this guy, I need to outfight this guy, and that's why all these different opponents are brought in for you to learn.
Exactly, and 17 fights in, or this is his 18th fights, his 18th fight, sorry, for Warburton. He would have been there and probably been in there with a few of these kind of negative type of fighters, but that's where that apprenticeship is helping you along, isn't it? So that when you do go up the levels and there's fighters who are a bit negative or they do particular things, you kind of cast your mind back, I guess, to that night in Liverpool or that night in wherever, and what you did about it and how you got over that hurdle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Corners, 10 seconds.
In my experience with these guys, you need to put it on them, you need to make them not want to be there and
make them
seconds out.
Really
round 4.
To a point where they've got no way out except for to fight.
Absolutely, and you know, make it as difficult as possible for them rather than vice versa, and make them earn their money, make them, you know, wish it wasn't you in front of them.
And so often is the case that these journeyman away corner fighters have got other fights scheduled, so they will just try and survive, because they will have another bout the next week and probably one the week after. That's just the way that the business goes.
Absolutely, and you know, if you're the home fighter or you're the A side at this moment in time, you're making this as hard for this guy as you can. You're making it as unpleasant for this guy as you can, because he's came to spoil your work, or he's came to, you know, he doesn't want to be here having a hard night. He's got his fight next week, so make him regret booking that fight next week. Make him regret being in here.
Yeah, you've got to put yourself as number one, I guess. But also, fair play to Warburton, who's not getting sucked into anything necessarily. He's just sticking to his boxing. That jab's worked well for him. He's going through the motions himself. He's winning every round very, very comfortably. And every now and again he's got through with a good straight left down like the one he just did.
He's took a few shots this round too, big ones.
Yeah, he has, you're right.
Nothing to worry him, nothing to bother him. Certainly nothing to help Gratty win the round, but again, nonetheless, if you're going to just box how you box, then you don't want to be taking shots like that.
Good combination there, the straight left hand followed by a lead hook and repeat from Warburton.
Heavy shots going in. I'd like to see him move his head after he throws. He just seems to come back up right a wee bit, and it's allowing Gratty to just fire a quick shot after Warburton throws. Gratty fires a quick shot. Sometimes it's getting through. Good jab. One thing that's been consistent from the start is his jab. His jab's solid, and you know, as the age-old saying goes, the jab will take you around the world.
That's it. Yeah, a good right hand will take you around the block, but a jab, or a good jab, will take you around the world, and he has certainly been consistent with that jab, as Warburton, as we just come to the last few seconds of this fourth round.
You get the sense that Warburton's much physically stronger, obviously, than Gratty. If he got in close and Gratty tried to grab, you know, he would be easily able to fling him off. So it'd be good to see him just put the front foot pressure on, and then when he gets in that position, just stay there. Keep him in the corner, keep him there. Good. Even when he's complaining, hit him.
I don't know about you, but I feel like this is the longest round of the fight.
Yeah.
There's the bell. There it is. He was still enjoying himself. He was still doing plenty more of the same, was Gerome Warburton, who at the moment is cruising to his 15th win. And like most boxers, he's just about... Of course he wants those big opportunities. Of course he wants to fight for the British title and all that stuff. But activity is so important as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
it must be so horrible if you're... I know in your case it's different because you've had an operation and there's a process of getting you back. But if you're a fighter just waiting for a day, that must be a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, absolutely, and this will be good for him because in that middle ground where you're waiting on your shot, the guys with the titles are fighting. There's not much you can do. So this 6th rounder, pick over, get paid before Christmas.
Corners 10
don't
seconds.
Get silly, don't get any cuts. Box your way to a victory. Like, he's ticking all the boxes and what he's looking at from a fighter's perspective.
Seconds out, round 5.
Obviously, from the fans' perspective, they want to see blood, they want to see guts. So,
of course,
you know,
goes back to what we were saying earlier on, doesn't it?
Yeah, sometimes it damages your marketing, these kind of fights, because you're ticking all these boxes and keeping busy, but the people watching you are thinking, if this is the only fight they've seen of you, do I want to go and see this guy's next fight? Do I want to go and see this guy's next fight? So, absolutely,
it's about the people who are looking after you, who you're promoted by, you're managed by. It's about keeping the belief in them, isn't it, more than anything, absolutely. I guess.
But you know, he's got that mandatory position, and you don't want to do anything here silly to jeopardise that. Just get these rounds under your belt. You know you're going into 2025 and into a big title shot. So
I watched an interview of him actually on the build-up, doing some prep for this fight, and the interviewee, I apologise to the person who was interviewing him because I can't quite remember where it was from or which channel it was, but they said about him being, well, winning an eliminator, and he just sort of kind of shrugged his shoulder and was like, yeah, well, you know, sometimes boxing can be a bit political, and I haven't had that chance yet, but I will do. I will get there. And I thought, yeah, I like that. I like that mindset. No bitterness about him. Just loves the sport, loves what he does.
That's
and he's continuing to do so.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. And you know what? He's spot on. Sometimes it is like that, and you know, unfortunately, we're the guys on the front line, and there's nothing you can do. The powers that be, the guys up top, and the office making the decisions, make the decisions, and you'll get your opportunity when it comes. And it could be now, it could be never, but you just need to keep working and believing, and again doing what he's doing tonight. Put the work in, put the rounds in.
Tell you what, the amount of times that Warburton has tried to set that straight left hand up with that jab, but every time he throws it and lands it and then tries to get that straight left hand off, Gratti is just in there and closing the distance, so he can't land it or he can't get that shot off. And I guess that's just where that experience is coming in every time. He's read this fight well, has the man from Romania.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're Warburton, that little half step back that you're using is, you know, the key here. And
got through with 2 overhand rights there.
Needs to just stay switched on. And sometimes in fights like this, the third. Sometimes in fights like this, your concentration just goes because it's so one-paced. You've been doing the same thing for the last 4 rounds, but then all it takes is for Gratti to switch it up, and suddenly you're like, wow, where's that came from? And you've seen it there with 3 big right hands over the top, so it's just about staying concentrated, staying focused.
Yeah, I think that's a really good observation. It must be like when you're working on the bag for 3 minutes, when you're just going through that same rhythm and just moving in the same direction. And
absolutely,
it's become a bit complacent, don't you, more than anything?
It's monotonous. You're going through the motions, but nothing's really happening, and then next thing you know it, metaphorically speaking, the bag's hitting you back, so you can't switch off even in training and sparring. You know, it's shown here tonight that even though you're going through the motions, you need to be switched on, you need to be, you know, locked in on the task in front of you.
That's it. It was
corners 10 seconds
from the blue corner, Gerome Warburton's corner.
Yeah, I think they're 1 minute.
Seconds out for the 6th and final round.
I think maybe the advice or the words have been, go out there and give it some. 6th and final round. You've boxed well. You've done plenty, which we're pleased and proud of. Put a foot on the gas now, son.
Yeah.
Give him a hard night, or give him a hard round.
Make him toast.
2-1. 2-1 to you.
You know what? If I never got that one in there, I wouldn't have slept at night, so just you don't let the brain go thinking this round. Well, he certainly stepped up a bit after hearing the corner work, so
yeah, a little bit more urgency to his work, Warburton.
He's actually opting to go on the back foot. You wonder if just those 3-4 rounds, is boxing on the front foot just not his style? Is he not comfortable doing it? Is that why he's found it a bit strange? Because he's happy sitting on that back leg?
Or do you think he's just trying to draw his man in to see if he can land one of those straight left hands, which he's been trying to get off all evening? The thing is, he's not the aggressor, he's Gratti, is he?
Brilliant shot. That's probably the 5th or 6th, you know, overhand right or straight right that he's landed, and Warburton just nodded his head at that one like, wow, silly mistake. And I don't think it's necessarily hurt him, but it's the same thing we just spoke about, switching off. You can't switch it off for a split second. You know, you're not thinking about this guy being in front of you, it's the next guy or the next guy, or when you get to the British title fight, you can't switch off like that.
That focus is so very important, and that is one thing he's looked, at least, even though he has been caught with a few of those shots, His eyes have been on the prize, but I think it's that continuous and that consistent rhythm and that flow which these two have just been in, dancing with each other with, and that's where he's been getting caught every so often. But there was, I think it was last round, 4 or 5 of them had got through. Another right hand over the top from Gratti. I think it's the only shot he's really worked for him tonight. It's something which I think Warburton could go away with his team and look at and have a think about and move forward with.
Yeah, certainly, and that's again the purpose of these learning fights, or these, you know, keep busy fights. Take from it what you can. Take from that what you can tonight. Those right hands that you've been landing, that's something you need to go away and, you know, kind of patch up that hole in your defence.
That's it, there's always learning to be done, no matter what. The hard man to read is Warburton. I can't tell if he's really pleased, really annoyed, or somewhere in between.
Yeah, he looked, when they went to touch gloves there and then he went to raise his hand, he looked a bit frustrated, but he's celebrating, and you know what, job's done. I couldn't maybe argue that he lost any rounds there. His jab was solid, his 1-2 was solid, and you know, the fundamentals were all there and all right.
Well, let's get the official announcement from our MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee's scorecard. Referee Darren Sargentson scores the bout 60-55. And your winner, Gerome the Bread Maker Warburton.
60-55 to Warburton. It wasn't the most entertaining fight. We ain't going to sit here and tell you that it was fantastic to watch, because it wasn't. It was just 2 fighters going through the motions. One had an agenda of surviving, and that is the truth, and the other one did some good work but wasn't going to get his man out of there. So, a deserved winner. One to look back on, one to learn from, that's for sure, as we've said a few times throughout this bout. And hopefully he'll get his opportunity and fight for one of those British Boxing Board of Control titles in the middleweight, one which he won the Eliminator for.
Yeah, job done. Great. Like I say, as a fighter, you've ticked the boxes. Another win on the card. A win's a win, and you're going into Christmas and you've done your job. So, you know.
People, Stephen Smith and Paul Smith just to our left. Beatty was here just a few moments ago. Tony Bellew was next to us a couple of fights ago. A proper fighting city is Liverpool.
Some big names in the building, Nathaniel Collins. Do you know what? I'll tell you something. Stephen Smith's got one of the, probably my favourite knockouts of all time.
Which one was it?
I can't remember who he was fighting, but he slipped on the inside, he threw a lead uppercut, single shot, cleaned him out. Brilliant, amazing knockout.
He had some great fights, didn't he? Some really, really great fights. All of the brothers did.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course, Callum Smith's got that massive fight against Joshua Buatsi on the undercard.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, live on Box Nation, now it's time for our main event of the evening. Scheduled 12 3-minute rounds for the vacant IBO Featherweight World Championship. And now please welcome to the ring, Wira Mikham.
Well, here is the IBO World Featherweight Title bout, which we promised you before we had our float fight of the evening. And this man, Wira Mikham, he's coming to us from Thailand, 27 years old, 16 wins, 11 of those inside the distance. We don't know much about this guy because not only has he not boxed outside of Thailand before, but I don't think he's ever boxed outside of Bangkok before. So unknown fighters can sometimes be really, really tasty, and we'll see how good this guy is in this IBO World Featherweight Title here in Liverpool.
Yeah, interesting one. The guys that you don't know what to expect from them. They could come out and be, you know, absolutely lightning, but it's going to be an interesting bout.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Dayan Gonzalez.
And here comes Dayan Gonzalez of Cuba. We know how good the Cubans are. Anyone who has followed the sport closely for long enough will be familiar with that Cuban boxing style. And Gonzalez is unbeaten in 15 fights. Only 2 of his 15 fights have gone the distance. The 25-year-old from Havana, resides in Dubai. All but one of his previous fights have been out in Dubai, and this is his first time boxing in the UK. And his 9 most recent bouts have all been won within the distance, and 4 out of the last 3 haven't gone past 2 rounds. So he's obviously got some heavy hands on him. And doesn't he look confident as he just walks around the centre of the ring here in Liverpool?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, we welcome the national anthem of Thailand. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome the national anthem of Cuba. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 12 3-minute rounds for the vacant IBO Featherweight World Championship. This bout is brought to you by the People's Fighters and sponsored by Frequency. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your steward in charge, Matt Verity, and your area representative, Ian Metcalf, and your International Boxing Organization supervisor, Philip Verbeke. Your timekeeper at the bell, Gary Grennan, and your 3 judges scoring ringside, Michael Alexander, Salvatore Rodriguez, and Per Gerolf Hansen, and your 3rd man in charge of the action in the ring, A-star referee John Latham. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He wears the leopard print. His official weight of 124.6 pounds. He is undefeated with 16 wins, and 11 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Thailand, introducing Wira Mikham. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the white trunks. His official weight of 125.12 pounds. He is also undefeated with 15 wins, and 13 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Cuba, introducing Dayan Gonzalez.
Right, lads, you expect me, you both, you obey me instructions at all times. When I tell you to break, you both break clean. Defend yourselves at all times. Touch gloves.
Well, here we go. This one is 12 3-minute rounds in the featherweight division. The IBO World Title up for grabs. Dayan Gonzalez just there with that man who's very busy tonight, Joe McNally.
Second out, round 1.
And he takes on this man from Thailand in the Prince Nassim style shorts. Wira Mikham from Thailand, from Bangkok in Thailand, in fact, who we don't really know much about. But what we do know about Gonzalez is that he has got some heavy hands. And he's already proven that. And I've got to say, he looks like the much bigger man in there tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. He's huge for a featherweight. Very stocky. They actually look a weight class apart. Oh,
and that right uppercut came out of nowhere.
4,
and a man from Thailand.
5, 6,
didn't see that one
7,
coming at all.
8.
And he looked completely off balance as he came up. And John Latham calls it off. And that is the right decision. And it only took approximately 30 seconds for him to land that shot.
Yep.
And Wira Mikham from Thailand looks a bit confused. I don't think he quite knows what's happened. At the same time, he's disappointed that the fight has been called off. But it was a heavy knockdown, which came from a right uppercut. So smoothly as well, so calmly, wasn't it? It wasn't like there was a rapid attack. It was just very kind of gentle movements. And you could just see it here on the replay. And sets it up with a jab, and boom, that right uppercut straight through the middle of the guard.
Lovely shot.
Dayan Gonzalez wins that IBO World Featherweight title in a matter of seconds.
Well, as they say, you don't get paid overtime.
I mean, that's taking it to another extent, isn't it?
He's getting barely paid for any time.
And Mikham's come all the way over from Thailand.
You know, we could see it from ringside here, but his eyes were totally gone. When he stood up, he was rocking back and forward. So definitely the right decision from the referee there. And obviously, you're a fighter, you're going to complain. You don't think he should have been waving off, but he never knew where he was.
He really didn't, and he also just got up very, very quickly, didn't he?
Yeah.
Like, he got hit with that right uppercut straight through the middle of the guard. Just kind of fell back like he was falling almost like a diver into a swimming pool. Do you know what I mean? Like that, he just kind of floated backwards. And then his eyes just said it all. He just didn't know where he was. So John Latham was quick to stop the contest. He was asking if anybody was in. He wasn't getting the reactions which he would have wanted to see and needed to see as a very experienced referee. Yep. Mikham still in that corner, just looking ever so confused.
Still doesn't really know what's happening, but you know, that is what it is, and that's the fight game, unfortunately. And like you said in the intro, you don't know what you're going to get with people that have never fought outside of their own country, so
you don't. I'll tell you what, Joe McNally's got a good couple of Cubans in that gym. Javier Herrera, if anybody's seen him, another real beast of a fighter. Knockout artist as well. But let's get the official time from our MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the official time, 44 seconds of round number 1. Your winner by TKO and your new IBO Featherweight World Champion, Dayan Dynamite Gonzalez.
Dayan Gonzalez, the new IBO Featherweight Champion. How does it feel?
Verdaderamente no sé cómo explicarte lo que siento ahora. Es muy difícil.
I don't know how to explain to you how I feel right now. It's very difficult.
This was supposed to be the toughest fight of your career so far. You made it look the easiest, the quickest knockout of your career, and you've already got a knockout in 48 seconds. You beat that tonight.
Se supone que debe ser la pelea más difícil de tu pelea, ¿no? De tu carrera, pero fue el que más rápido de tu carrera. ¿Cómo te sientes?
Sí, es una mezcla de emociones y sentimientos diferentes, y me siento súper bien. ¿Por qué? Porque simplemente el trabajo que hacemos de todo el equipo es muy fuerte, y es para eso que trabajamos, para terminar en el primero o segundo asalto. Sería otra persona que venga y que quiera ser fuerte y que quiera comprobarlo.
It's a mix of emotions, really. I feel good. It's all down to my team. Great team. We're all working together, and for that's how I've done well.
Do you think the fact that Wira was also undefeated, also a recognised big puncher, do you think that played into your hands a little bit?
Él fue muy fuerte y reconocido como ser muy fuerte por ser invicto. ¿Piensas que has pensado en esto?
Sí, he pensado mucho en esto y pienso seguir aún más fuerte en la carrera. Pienso buscar todos los cinturones y nada, seguir
I really took that into account, but now I'm going for all the belts and nothing more. That's what I want.
Joe, this IBO belt, okay, it may not be one of the more recognised world title belts, but what it does do, it gives them a big ranking, a top 20 ranking, and opportunities will come in 2025 on the back of this.
Yeah, definitely, Nick. You know, I'll be the first to say it isn't one of the top major four, but look, due to politics and people not getting shots at belts, this championship puts this kid's name in a picture for his profile and to fight any one of them major champions. And I'll go on record and say I will not hesitate to put him in with any of the champions at 125 pounds. He's, you know, not just the strength, he's super intelligent, and he's a credit to the sport and his whole team. People's Boxing, Cuban Boxing, you know, his coaches, Eduardo, you know, Buyet, Yankee, you know, Frukin, Scott, Yanelski, George, at the full team. There's Declan, Bam Bam, and he's a pleasure to work with, and he can be a genuine top major, one of the major top 4 belts world champion. This is just the start for this man.
Let's bring George in from People's Fighters. George, what an incredible performance, what a statement that was. Me and you spoke earlier in the week. You told me the judges will not be required, but even in your wildest dreams, did you expect it to go that early?
No. This was more than we could dream of. But like I said, it's the power that he carries. But like Joe says, it's not just the power. He's intelligent, and maybe the other guy's game plan was to come up early, but his timing is second to none. So he got found out.
You could see it by his face. I don't think he'd ever been hit with an uppercut like that before. It is an intriguing division, featherweight, on a global scale, and there's obviously 2 names at the top of that division that appeal from your point of view. There's a all-Liverpool fight with Nick Ball, there's a all-Cuban fight with Rosie Ramirez. 2025 is going to be so exciting for you.
2025 para ser muy emocionante para ti. Podemos tener una pelea en Liverpool con el Nick Ball o una pelea entre 2 cubanos. ¿Qué opinas?
Sí, me parece súper bien. Me gustaría esos combates, esos 2 combates específicamente serían muy buenos.
Sounds good to me. I'm not going to be biased. Them 2 fights sound good to me. I'll take any of them. I like the sounds of them.
Dayan Gonzalez, congratulations. You arrived tonight, sir. And the new featherweight champion of the world. Well done, mate.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening. Schedule 6 3-minute rounds in the light heavyweight division. And now, please welcome to the ring, Vaidas Balciauskas.
And here comes Balciauskas, starting off in winning ways in his first 3 fights, and then picked up some losses and decided to go on the road. He's now a regular in the away corner across the UK and has been for over a decade.
And now please welcome his opponent to the ring, Jack Power.
And here comes undefeated 29-year-old Jack Power, who has clearly sold some tickets because the noise, the atmosphere and the spark has just gone up in here. He started boxing when he was 10 years old, joined the army when he was 20, and then boxed in the army for 8 years or so. He made his debut in March this year at Ellen Road at the Leeds Stadium, in one of the suites there, and he took 400 people with him. He's a popular lad, and he'll be looking to put on some performance tonight here in Liverpool.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in the light heavyweight division. This bout is brought to you by the People's Fighters and sponsored by Frequency. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your steward in charge, Matt Verity, and your area representative, Ian Metcalf. And your timekeeper at the bell, Andy East. And your third man in the ring in charge of the action, referee David Mulholland. And now introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the black and silver. His official weight of 172.7 pounds. He is a veteran of 32 fights. Hailing from Lithuania, introducing Vaidas Balsiauskas. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the black and green. His official weight of 166.4 pounds. He is currently undefeated with 3 wins, and one of those wins coming by way of knockout. Hailing from Runcorn, Cheshire, England's United Kingdom, introducing Jack Power!
Right, boys, don't know the rules. What's the heads in close? What's the low blows? Protect yourselves at all times. Most of all, obey my commands at all times. Any questions? Just let us.
Seconds out, round 1.
But the noise has certainly gone up a notch or two in here because Jack Power has brought some fans with him. Power boxing in the black and green. Balsiauskas of Lithuania in the black with the black boots. And Power in front of all of these fans, all of these friends, family, colleagues, former colleagues. He will be looking to do a job on this man. Power starting off well with that jab, just sussing his man out. Right hand to the body from Power. And a very negative approach to the fight so far from Balsiauskas, who I don't think's thrown a punch yet. Power stabs that body, goes upstairs. Tries to get through with that right uppercut, but the guard was closed and tight from the man from Lithuania.
Just bringing that wee body shot in again, trying to open up his opponent, and it seems to be the theme of the night, that wee body shot there, isn't it?
There's been some really good body work tonight in all the fights we've seen, actually. Well, apart from the last one, which lasted 30 seconds. The only shot which really landed was the shot which finished the job, but here we are. Fight number 8 of the evening. Power coming forward, has his man on the back foot. Solid left hand to the body there.
Just trying to find the gaps on the Lithuanian, trying to land the big shot.
Just snuck that right uppercut through the middle.
Yeah,
did Power.
Picked that shot really well.
Good flurry of punches from Power to finish the round, but Balasiauskas, the man from Lithuania, barely threw a punch in that round, and I wouldn't be surprised if he approaches the second round like so, that the referee might have a word of him, because the referee's in there to do a number of things, and one of those things is to make sure that he's actually boxing.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, this will be a test for Power, for, again, going back to the concentration thing. When you've got somebody like this negative in front of you, just stay switched on, continue doing what you're doing, find the gaps, let the hands go, and you just need to deal with what's in front of you.
Corners, 10 seconds.
What a crowd he's brought with him.
They're making some noise.
Seconds out. Round 2.
And they'll make some serious noise if he can get the job done within the distance. Power straight out to the centre of the ring, establishing that jab of his, which he did in the opening round. Balasiauskas looks like he's trying to come forward.
Yeah, he's changed it up a bit at the start of this round. Good to see Jack let his hands go the same way he did at the end of that last round there, and just put them together. And you know, I don't want to speak too soon, but you're probably not going to find that single big shot with somebody so negative, so
it'll be difficult.
But the way he ended that last round, he put them together, 4 punches, and real quality work. So, you know, just same kind of thing, let the hands go.
Well, a bit more work coming from the Lithuanian in this round. But a nice right uppercut, solid one. Ever so slightly got through. It certainly didn't connect cleanly. It's one of those fights where no matter what Power lands, people are going to respond to it.
And at the moment, it just seems like he's looking for that one big punch or one knockout punch. He needs to just let his hands go, and that shot will come rather than looking for it.
And Power's hammering away at that body when he gets the opportunities to do so. But an experienced journeyman like the one he's got in front of him, you've really got to land a great body shot to get rid of someone like that with those types of efforts, don't you?
Yeah, and he's actually coming forward and pressing it, which has absolutely changed, polar opposite to what he was doing last round. So maybe he doesn't respect Jack's power.
Power just sticking that left hand of his out, and like you say, just looking for that big right hand or body shot or whatever it is.
He tried a little angle change there when the Lithuanian was back to the ropes, and that's it. You need to just do something a little different when somebody like that's in front of you.
Well, nice to see some work coming back his way, which will make him think a little bit. It'll make him have to do stuff outside of the box.
Yeah, absolutely.
And like you say, do something different, because if he just continues and has to do the same thing over and over again, then it won't only be a dull fight for us to watch and for you guys at home to watch, but it'll be a dull fight for him to be involved in as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Fighters want to fight, don't they? Of course you want to be on top, don't you? But at the same time, you want someone who's gonna come there and not be so negative.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, you find that this can get really frustrating really fast.
Corners, 10 seconds.
The way it goes, so yeah, try something different. Again, similar to the Warburton
seconds
fight,
out.
only 6 rounds.
Round
so,
3.
You know, realistically, you should be putting your foot on the gas every round and just going to work.
Well, let's see how much in terms of going to work Power does here. When he put his foot on the gas, he's been fairly consistent in his starts in the previous 2 rounds. Doesn't strike me as a fighter who's going to do anything silly.
Yeah.
Just stick to his boxing, stay focused, and just dig away like he has been. But that was a good lead hook and a straight right hand which followed.
Definitely, and he's doing the right thing. Don't just stand in front of the guys. Turn around, change the angle. Shots coming from different angles. It's the ones that they don't see that, you know, takes him away, and he's lovely, like so, turning on him. And I'm sure being in the army, he'll be a fit guy, so.
It looks like he's constantly trying to find a home for that right uppercut. Struggling to get through with it because the defence is pretty solid. But I tell you what, the man from Lithuania, Balsiauskas, he's starting to redden around the left side because Power's just been digging that right hand in every time he gets a chance. If he sees it open, he sticks one in there. He'll be sore there tomorrow.
Yeah, you don't want to be taking too many of them off a big guy like Power.
Good, nice fast shots there from Power.
Yeah, I like that. Something to mix it up in between them big shots.
Good head movement there from Power through the right uppercut and then rolled nicely under that lead hook.
Yeah, he's totally changed it up from them first 2 rounds, and it's a bit more refreshing. And actually, he was feinting his way in there, and like you said, big shot and the head movement to follow.
This is much better work from Jack Power, who's changing the angles, making himself harder to hit.
Yeah, I think he's realised, you know, this guy's not going to.
Oh, lovely right hook to the body and followed it up with a left hook upstairs. That right hook to the body really did fudge. And the bell probably came at the right time there because the man from Lithuania felt that one. And his body language has changed just a little bit as he walks back to that red corner. And he's breathing deeply through his nose. He's starting to feel the pace a bit, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that first, you know, he was boxing clever Power there in the first feet check hook, landed on the chin, and he took a step back, and then the body shot followed, and yeah, he definitely felt that one there.
Be interesting to see how Power starts this next round, if he continues with the work rate and the tempo which he finished the last round in, because if he can do that and keep it going and keep it flowing, he may well get his man out of there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the
corners 10 seconds.
There was perfect. That was probably his best round yet, in my opinion. That wee check hook there, you've seen.
Seconds out. Round 4.
Yeah, his boxing there allowed him to create the opening. So rather than just loading up and letting the Lithuanian cover up, just boxing and drawing them leads is working much better for him.
Power straight back out on that lead foot, popping that jab out, getting straight to work, pushing his man back.
Lovely 1-2.
Power had approximately 50 fights or so in the, well, a combination of between the army and boxing as an amateur. So he had some good experience leading up to his pro career, this being his 4th professional fight. At 29 years old, he's no spring chicken to be in there as a pro fighter relatively early on.
Yeah.
Big wild right hand from Balsiauskas from Lithuania.
I think now that Power's boxing and he's settled in yet, he's actually starting to find a bit of rhythm, and you wonder if just the crowd, the amount of fans you've brought, the noise when you first come out, you're just trying to get the job done, but now that he's settled into it, he seems to be finding the openings a lot easier.
He is, he's getting his shots off a little bit more, bit by bit, as the rounds go by his Power. Not sticking around for too long either.
Nah, nothing silly. He's actually moving his head really lovely.
Well, that was a good shot. He rolled underneath it, landed the lead hook, and do you think he probably let his man off the hook there because he had an opportunity to go for it, didn't he?
Absolutely. And now he's trying the angle change, and just like I was about to say there, the head movement's brilliant, and it worked for him there, and he rolled right under the shot, and you know, the Lithuanian took too long to turn round, and that's what you need to do, just make these guys miss, create the openings, and that shot that he's looking for will come.
Another nice lead hook to the body there from Power.
Just getting warned for holding the head.
With 1-2 each followed. Does the basics very well, does Power. Landed some good, solid, straight 1-2s. He's thrown really nice body shots, in particular that left hook to the body is one which he catches his man off guard with, and then also quite often he sets up that right hook to the body well.
Yeah, he's punched right, he's been just never quite took the opportunity there.
He could have been all over him there, couldn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. He's punch selection, it's been well. This round, I think he's actually shown a different dynamic in the first 2 rounds there, and for quite a tall guy, his head movement's pretty good as well.
Corners, 10 seconds. Seconds out, round 5.
Well, round 5 of this one, scheduled for 6. Power starting this round off in the same way that he started the 4 previous rounds, and that is establishing that jab, getting his rhythm going. Nice right hand followed there from Power. And there's that right uppercut which he's been trying to find a home for almost all of this bout.
Yep. The Lithuanians came out a bit more aggressive here, and you know, hopefully that leads to a bit more openings, but great head movement.
What I like about what Power's doing with that head movement is he slips and bobs and weaves away from those shots, and he almost always lands something afterwards. He doesn't waste that, does he? That's it. It's efficient work from him.
Yeah, he does his defensive manoeuvre, and then as soon as he's done it, he's back punching, which you don't see a lot of fighters doing. They'll do their defensive move, and then they'll step out and they'll try and reset.
Tell you what, Balsiauskas is a tough man, because the amount of times being hit with a big body shot and then followed up with a big lead hand or backhand to his head, and he just kind of shrugs it off.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's not showing any respect to Power, is he?
Regardless, he'll be feeling these shots, and his head's the colour of beetroot now, so you don't want to be taking all them too many big shots all night.
No, he will.
Oh, lovely body
no, he's
shot.
been in a fight in the morning. We're going to the last minute of the penultimate round of this Bout number 8 of the evening. We've seen some really good stoppages this evening, some quicker than we expected. We're meant to have Bomber Brown out of the Everton Red Triangle gym and Lucas Biswana on this card as well. Another 2 good fighters. Unfortunately, they couldn't be matched, but we've had some really good action nevertheless.
Yeah, gutted when I heard about the Lucas Biswana's fight being off. I've seen him in the gym when I was sparring with Brad Strand, and he's just young, but he's super talented kid. He can whack, exceptional movement, so he's gutted when his fight was off.
He's going to be one to watch, is Biswana. Nice solid right uppercut there from Power. What a name, by the way, to be a boxer.
Yeah,
Jack
absolutely.
Power.
And you know what? He's loading them up.
He's letting his hands go now, isn't he? Yeah. He's got one more round to try and get the job done.
You know what?
I'll tell you what, pat on the back if he does.
Yeah, absolutely. I've boxed 2 or 3 army guys in my amateur career, and they're relentless and they're just non-stop, and at the end of that round there you can see he's just not letting up. It's big shot after big shot after big shot. Normally when you're throwing bombs like that it takes it out of you, but he doesn't seem to be bothered.
Do you know what gets me with some of these journeymen is they do this every week, some of them.
Yeah, phenomenal.
It's incredible, isn't it? Every week, like in there with good operators, solid prospects, heavy hands, body and heads, and they just keep walking forward and they smile when they go back to the corner. It's
commendable.
Corners 10 seconds.
I was looking for.
I'll tell you what, that would not be me.
Seconds out for the 6th and final round.
I'm quite liking being on this side of the ropes. I might try and come for
and
your
you're doing
job
a
next.
sterling job of it as well. But this one is the 6th and final round of Power's 4th professional contest.
Still relatively inexperienced in the pro game as a 29-year-old, but he's doing well tonight.
Another thing I've got to take my hat off to Power for is I feel like he's managed his energy levels really well throughout this fight. He's not been blowing at the end of each round or anything like that. He's maintained a steady pace. He's done enough to win the rounds, and he's kind of reserved enough energy to really go for it in this one.
Yeah, definitely. He's actually navigated the fight really well, and again, just his head movement, his upper body movement, his defence has been quite on point for a big guy. And
lovely left hook, sunk just under the right elbow. That one would have stung.
Fair play to the Lithuanian.
He come back with his own left hook there, did Balsiauskas.
Just doesn't seem phased at all, does he?
He's solid, absolutely solid. 37 years old as well, may I add.
Fantastic, excellent shape.
Good work continues from Power, and Balsiauskas continuously walking forward.
I like that. Looked like a wee mini alley shuffle there for Power. Putting on a show for his fans here in the last round, last minute of the last round.
He's enjoyed himself.
He has, and you know what? We're going back to the Alfie on his debut. That's what we're here for, and that's what it's all about. And you know, if you've been boxing for this long and you're not enjoying it, then
you're in the wrong game, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. You can't be doing this and not enjoying it.
With 20 seconds to go in this one, and Power just lunges forward with a big left hook, and then lands another good left hook, and Balsiauskas just covers up and just goes into survival mode as he puts his hands together and then comes back with a lead hook of his own, and This is a really fantastic finish to this 6th and final round, and that was brilliant stuff from both men. Hats off to Vaidas Bausiauskas. He is one of the toughest away corner fighters I've seen in a very long time. He kept walking forwards. The first round was incredibly negative, but the 5 which followed were fantastic. And Jack Power, that was a really good performance. And he should, in a moment, be announced as a fighter who has moved to 4-0.
You know what? When you seen that first round there, you could never have predicted the next 5.
I thought we were going to be in for a terrible fight by the end of that first round. I was dreading it, I've got to tell you the truth, but as soon as he started fighting back a bit and he upped the pace a little bit as the rounds went by, we started to get a bit more of a contest in our hands there, didn't we?
Ended up finishing up a brilliant fight, and do you know what?
Especially that last 20 seconds, that was great.
And what I would say for big respect to Power is, he's the first person I've seen tonight actually, the last 20-30 seconds, just let his hands go and
just go for it.
Yeah, the fight.
Yeah. You've been shouting for that all night, to be fair, haven't you?
Yeah. You know, the fight's coming to the end, the fight's done. You know, if you want to try and get that stoppage, go for it. Just let the hands go. And he done it, so fair play.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee scorecard. The ringside referee scores the bout 60-54. And your winner, still undefeated, Jack Power!
Another win for Jack Power, as expected, 4-0. The super middleweight, keep your eye on for exciting contests. If the last 20 seconds is anything to go by, and I'm sure the people who paid their hard-earned money to come and see it in their hundreds will be proud as punch of that performance and would have enjoyed themselves very much so.
Absolutely, put on a great show there for the fans.
Got a whole entourage coming into the ring. I don't know if the photographer have got a lens wide enough. Fair play to him, lap it up, what a moment, what a buzz. And he'll just make his way down to the ring apron now. If our producer can get hold of him. That is. Here he comes. Well, here is 4-0 Jack Power, who joins Nick Peet now.
I'm ringside with the happiest man, I think, in all of Liverpool right now. Look at you living your best life. Shorts full of sponsors, a room full of people chanting your name. You must be on cloud 9.
Unbelievable. It's just something I dreamed of as a kid, and I just lost for words. Everyone turns out again. Brilliant support. Just means the absolute world. I know I keep saying it, but we're nothing without the support. Just means absolutely, just means everything, and I'm so grateful.
4th fight this year, your first 6-rounder as well. That's got to be the perfect start to any career.
Yeah, definitely. Just keep learning in the gym with Terry and practicing things, and just keep going, keep working on things you can only do.
Listen, we know at your age you may not be here for a long time, but I tell you what, mate, it's going to be a good time.
Oh, definitely. We're not here for a long time, we're here for a good time, aren't we, as George Strait said. And that was out for Jeff C. back. I've got a mate from New York, and he moved out to Texas from here, and he always watches no matter where he goes. We always used to listen to that song because he moved out there, so that one's for him, and always watching.
Brilliant. And one last message for this crowd over there. Look at all these lunatics going mad.
Thank you very much again, absolutely outstanding, and I've got all the time in the world. If anyone wants to come see me, have a coffee, gives a message, we'll see them all the time, you know what I mean? Love it.
Congratulations, Jack. Have a good Christmas. See you in the new year.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening, scheduled 8 3-minute rounds in the super flyweight division. And now please welcome to the ring, Piero Aponte.
Well, do not go anywhere for this next one. First one coming to the ring is Piero Aponte, 34 years old from Canada, never been stopped. First time fighting in the UK. He's actually fluctuated between the middleweight and the bantamweight divisions in his career. And he should be a decent test for the Liverpudlian, who will be making his way to the ring in a moment. But with that being said, if you know Jack Turner, do not hold your breath.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Jack Turner.
And here comes Liverpool's Jack Turner. 9 wins, 8 of those 9 wins coming within the distance, 22 years old. And let me tell you this, in his first 6 fights, he didn't even get his gum shield washed out, because he dramatically stopped all 6 of his opponents in the first round. His last fight was on the Bull versus Rios card, and that too ended in a first round demolition job. If this goes 6 rounds, I've got to tell you, I will be stunned.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 8 3-minute rounds in the super flyweight division. This bout is brought to you by the People's Fighters and sponsored by Frequency. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, your steward in charge, Matt Verity, and your area representative, Ian Metcalf, and your timekeeper at the bell, Gary Grennan, and your third man in charge of the action in the ring, referee David Mulholland. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner, he's wearing the red and white. His official weight of 114 pounds, bang on. He has a record of 14 fights, 3 losses, 1 draw, 10 wins, and 1 of those wins coming by way of knockout. Hailing from Lima, Peru, Piero Aponte. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the white and gold. His official weight of 114.7 pounds. He's undefeated with 9 wins, and 8 of those wins coming by way of knockout. Hailing from Liverpool, England's United Kingdom, introducing Jack Turner.
Alright boys, don't know the rules, watch the heads in close, watch the low blows, protect yourselves at all times, most of all, obey my commands at all times. Any questions? To schools, let's have a good fight.
Seconds out, round 1.
Well, here we go. This one scheduled for 8 rounds. Aponte boxing out of Canada in the red and white shorts and boots. Jack Turner of Liverpool in the white and gold. And he's one of the most exciting fighters you will ever see. And that is exactly why, because it didn't take him barely any time to get his man to the canvas. He's done it with all but one of the fighters which he's been in the ring with. He's clearly got some seriously heavy hands, but a level head on those shoulders.
Yeah, and he came out firing, you know, right away there, and probably one of the most talked about people I've seen.
And that right hook to the body is another one. It's a second knockdown of the round, and as much as Turner will want to get this over and done with, he will still want a bit more of a fight than this as he looks to his corner, takes a deep breath in through his nose and then gets straight back to business. And the man who's boxing out of Canada goes down for the third time, and the referee has seen enough. He feels like it was a shot too low, and yet again Liverpool's Jack Turner wins in the opening round. He's undoubtedly one of the most exciting prospects in the country.
Yeah, absolutely, and the hype about, you know, up and down the country is, and rightfully so, because time and time again he does the job.
I remember the first time I saw him was on a card, the Belfast Brawl in, obviously Belfast, wouldn't be anywhere else, would it, but he caught my eye there, his style, the way that he throws his punches, puts them together. I interviewed him after his fight in Liverpool, and such a humble lad as well, just strictly about the boxing. And the man from Canada, Afonso, didn't know what had hit him, because Turner came out real fast paced, putting his shots together, and he's still in that corner complaining about a shot to the back of the head, but that's down to the referee. Well, let's get the official time from our MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the official time, 1 minute and 5 seconds of round number 1. Your winner by TKO, still undefeated, Jack El Terrier Turner.
By the way, don't think that he's just doing that to away corner fighters. This kid is the sort of kid who is going places in a big way. And no wonder so many people across the boxing fraternity are so excited about it. What a night for Joe McNally as well. Goodness knows how many t-shirts he's worn in that ring.
We want to be free.
Win after win after win.
Do what we want to do. And we want to get loaded. We want to have a good time. That's what we're going to do.
Well, if you're Jack's team, you're looking at him and you're very, very happy, and he seems to have the full package here. You know, the place in here is bouncing, absolutely packed, loads of fans, heavy hands.
He's just become one of those fighters that you see on a fight card, on a schedule, on a poster, and you immediately, it's caught your eye because you know what you're going to get. You're going to get an explosive performance and very likely a stoppage. But he joins Nick Peake ringside, and we'll go over to them now.
This is the best camp I've ever done. Been fighting at bantamweight, but I've stepped down to superfly, and I'm just holding, if not, well, holding. I feel like I'm more powerful at this weight. So, yeah, I think just give me a little bit of time.
They're going to listen to me coaches and me team, but I'm going to be number one in this division, and then we're going to move up to bantam, and then I'm going to batter everyone at bantam as well, and then we'll go from there.
Were you surprised, Jack, the way he reacted when you hit him? Obviously, you dropped him with a left hook, then he gets up, he's complaining to the referee. Within seconds, he's complaining about hitting round the back of the head. So then you hit him with a body shot, you dropped him with a body shot, he carries on complaining. To be fair to him, the third knockdown, the final knockdown, one did stray a little bit low, but he was looking for a way out from the open exchanges.
Yeah, 100%. First shot he hit him with, I could see that he hit him, and he was just surviving in there, really. Yeah, it's only going to go one way, a Jack turn and knockout.
Joe, just to bring you in, the record speaks for itself. Lots of knockouts, lots of first round knockouts as well. Unusual to see in this flyweight division. There's something magic in these hands of his. Give us a little bit of, insight into what he's like in the gym.
Certainly, Nick, he's only dainty, he's only small, but he's the biggest puncher I've got in the gym, and certainly if one of them, if not the biggest punching super flyweight in world boxing right now. I think he's got to move a little bit quick now, because I was expecting that to go 5 or 6 rounds. That's a really tough kid. Okay, I'm not going to lie, he is a flyweight moved up, but the reason being he had 6 pullouts, but he's a once in a generation power. What he's got, he's a mixture between Roberto Duran and Edwin Valero, in my opinion. He's a little marvel, and he will be world champion if he keeps committing himself to the sport of boxing and perfecting his craft. I think he possibly could fight for a world championship in the next 15 months, easy, at super flyweight, and not just win one, stay there with the best of them. He sparred former world champions, and in the gym, the average weight of his sparring partners are 125, 130, 135 pounds. Because of the power, certainly in this city, I cannot get no rounds for him at his weight whatsoever. So I'm going to have to take the kid, speak to his management, People's Fighters, Cuban Boxing, see if we can go to Mexico, the States, get some top quality sparring. And, look, let's not hang about. Let's see what titles are out there for this kid. He's got it all, and he can take all the weight of this city on his shoulders and ride to the stars.
Let's bring George in from People's Fighters. You think Dayan give you a headache in the title fight? This guy's give you another headache, because good luck matching him now. You're going to have to get your checkbook out.
Yeah, it's not a headache. This is a top performance. Everybody speaks about his power, and it's power, like he says, it's a once in a generation, but he's a brilliant boxer as well. And he mixes that, but once he touches him, they all want to go home. You saw it now. And Joe saying Mexico, yes, this is certainly one of the next steps we're going to have to make, because it's hard to find sparring partners, and Mexicans are known for, they'll show up. So one of our next camps, for sure, might be over there real quick, and maybe even get a fight over there and see what's that. But he's got to move up, because he's that talented, he's that strong, he's committed. He's got, second to none coach as well. Don't get mentioned enough, Joe and Declan, what they're doing with not only Dayan, but now they see Jack with these kids is marvelous, brings out the best of them. So it makes my work very, very easy. But this, like you say, it makes on one side the work difficult, because to get him sparring or fights, but that's good, because you're that dangerous. So, and I have to work for it also. So he's doing his work, and now it's time to do mine.
Absolutely. Last word to Jack himself. Sensational year, sensational start to your career. You're going to enjoy Christmas now, and then we'll see you back with a bang in 2025.
Yeah, I'm just going to take over, have Christmas off, and then I'm looking for a big year next year. Coming for them titles, and and I also want to say a massive thank you to my coaches, my team, my managers, everyone who's bought a ticket, come out and support me. It means the world to me, and I want to say a massive thank you as well to all my sponsors. Without them, it wouldn't be possible training full time without them. So I'm just really happy.
Sensational again tonight. Congratulations, Liverpool's next big superstar. Cheers.
leaves.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening, scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the super middleweight division. And now please welcome to the ring, Mateusz Pawlowski.
Well, here comes Pawlowski of Poland. Only 5 professional fights so far for the 28-year-old. He's never been stopped, yet he has stopped someone before. It's his second time in the UK. The last time we saw him was just a few weeks ago, actually, at the Jack Catterall versus Regis Prograis fight at the Co-op Live Arena.
And now please welcome his opponent to the ring, Tom Rafferty.
And here comes the very popular Tom Rafferty, 12-0. He's the 27-year-old. Made his debut in Liverpool in 2021. Since then, he's barely lost a round, stopped 4 opponents, and has been building a good profile with boxing across the Northwest. He clinched victory in his last bout with a ferocious stoppage in the 4th round, leaving no doubt about his power and precision in the ring. He's a fighter with sharp boxing skills, knockout power in both hands, and he's determined to stay busy and carve his own path in the pro ranks.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in the super middleweight division. This bout is brought to you by the People's Fighters and sponsored by Frequency. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your steward in charge, Matt Verity, and your area representative, Ian Metcalf, and your timekeeper at the bell, Andy East, and your third man in charge of the action in the ring, A-star referee, Mark Lyson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the black with yellow trim. His official weight of 163.8 pounds. He has a record of 5 fights, 3 losses, 2 wins, and 1 of those wins coming by way of knockout. Hailing from Krakow, Poland, introducing Mateusz Pawlowski. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the gray and blue. His official weight of 162.1 pounds. He is currently undefeated with 12 wins, and 4 of those wins coming by way of knockout. Hailing from Shaw, Lancashire, England, United Kingdom, Tommy the Gun Rafferty.
Okay, boys, both know the rules. Want you to obey my commands. Tell you to break clean. Defend yourselves at all times, boys. Let's go. Go up, boys. Come on, Tom.
Seconds out, round 1.
Well, here we go, the final time this evening. This is our last bout, 6 3-minute rounds. Mateusz Pawlowski of Poland boxing in the black shorts with the lime green waistband, and Tom Rafferty in the silver and blue shorts. Just establishing that jab, which is nice and quick and effective from the get-go. Rafferty actually started off as a footballer when he was younger, and he only really got into boxing because it was something to improve his strength and a bit of a conditioning exercise. But boxing being the sort of sport it is, once you're bitten by the bug, you're in, and that was exactly the case of him. Boxing was the gym became a second home, and here we are professional fight number 13, but he just walked into a right-handed Rafferty, and he won't want to be walking into too many more of those. Rafferty, good catch and counter there with the lead hook. Oh, nice right hand with the left one, which followed ever so slightly missed. And Rafferty looks like he's trying to get the job done early.
Yeah, lovely, and he's working away at the body. Again, theme of the night, but lovely body work. He's actually one of the first fighters tonight that's been stabbing it down straight to the body, so looking very good.
In really good condition is Rafferty. Just wound that left hook into the body nicely. Really has been a theme of our 10 bouts this evening. Great night of boxing we've had. Some of the top talent in the country, as is Rafferty. But caught heavy a couple of times there, Nathaniel, didn't he?
Yeah, just switching off for a moment. Again, the concentration thing. You need to be switched on. Doesn't really matter who's in front of you, whether you respect the power, whether you rate it or not. You need to just be consistent and concentrate on what's the task that's in front of you. So
a well-paced round there, though, by Rafferty. Did some good work there. He was consistent with his flow and with the tempo.
Yeah, definitely. His jab started off well. Once he started fighting his distance, he was landing big shots, bringing them underneath him. Like I say, he was stabbing the backhand down to the body, and nobody's really done that. It's all been hooks to the body, so it's good to see some straights going down to the body, and he's been working it well this round.
And he's a taller fighter as well, isn't he? So it kind of gives him that opportunity to kind of push his weight from upwards, downwards, onto the body or to the head. And he's got that reach advantage.
Absolutely. Just a couple of times that round he switched off and he got caught. It's good to see the man for Poland. You know, he's making them pay, making them work hard.
Corners, 10 seconds. Seconds out, round 4.
Referee Mark Lyson having to just hurry Palowski out of that corner. And here we go, round 2. Rafferty straight back on that jab. Throwing some good shots is Palowski, but every time he throws one, Rafferty does his absolute utmost to come back with a couple of his own.
Yeah, and Palowski's he's letting him know he's there, and
he's throwing some punches in bunches.
Yeah, he's dug in a couple as well. But like you said, every time he throws, he's getting caught underneath, and Rafferty just needs to be careful not to just think I'm going to steamroll this guy. Solid jab.
Referee just having a quiet word with Rafferty about keeping those body shots a little bit higher. Yeah. It's a little bit close to the belt line.
It's just one of the things when you're boxing and looking for body shots. Especially how he's dipping down to that side, and he's just landing that at will, that body shot, and the right hand's following it over the top as well, but just needs to be careful again, just don't switch off.
They're starting to get through those lead hooks to the body. Just starting to see Palowski wince a little when the last couple of them landed.
Yeah, brilliant pressure. Just don't want to be marching forward and taking too many. Lovely again.
It's good work from Rafferty, putting his shots together nicely. He's most certainly got a target in mind, and that is the torso of the man from Poland, who's reddening around both the right and left side.
Oh, lovely. He's just finding a home for that. Every time Palowski throws, it's Rafferty's whipping it right underneath.
The right hand comes from Palowski, doesn't he? He just slips to the side of it and then drives it in every time.
Yeah, beautiful shot, beautiful work.
Well, another high work rate round there for Tom Rafferty, who landed many a solid shot in that round. Looking at the two corners as they just take a deep breath. To be fair, both look as knackered as each other. And looking at the replays, you can see why, because there's been some good action from the pair of them.
Yeah, high volume work from both of them, and you know, Rafferty's marching forward, trying to find the gaps, finding them well, especially
corners, 10 seconds.
So. Cracking fight so far.
Seconds out, round 3.
Well, round 3, scheduled for 6. Will we get there? Only one way to find out. Rafferty certainly doesn't want to get there, that's for sure. He kind of flew out of the corner yet again. Decent one too, that, from Palowski. Rafferty's got to be thinking, I've got to get him with one of these eventually, because he's landed so many.
Yeah,
they're not shifting though, is he?
Nah. Palowski's actually looking pretty tidy himself, so. Oh, a lovely body shot again. You would be expecting these to start slowing him down at some point, but
no signs of it so far.
Yeah, give him his credit, he's still moving.
Rafferty getting caught with a couple there in the away corner, and both of them throw right uppercuts at exactly the same time. And Palowski follows up with an additional one, and that was a really good one too from Tom Rafferty. And is this the opportunity to jump on his man? He looked hurt for a very short period, and he's come back with a good left hook of his own. Another good left hook on the temple of Palowski, who fires back again.
Yeah. Palowski just smiled. One of them, I'm not hurt. Smiles and fires right back.
Solid shots from Tom Rafferty yet again, but Palowski soaks them up. Light on his toes still. In fact, I would say he's lighter on his toes now than he was in the first round.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, a lovely shot. Oh.
The referee just having a chat with both of them for different things. Great shots there from Rafferty, a right hook and a left hook which followed, and he's trying to get his man off of him so he can unleash some more shots. And Palowski caught up a big right hand as he just finds himself on the ropes. And only 10 seconds left in the round, which surely won't be long enough to get the job done. And I've got to say, that was probably one of the best rounds of the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And both of them are going back and forth here. And I'd like to see Rafferty just be a bit more precise with it. He seems to be rushing in. And it'll do him a lot better just to take his time with this one, I think.
Not a bad record, Palowski. He has 2 wins and 3 losses. You can see how he's picked those wins up because he's got some good boxing skills, good boxing IQ. Floats about a bit, quite hard to hit as well.
Yeah, he's light on his
cleanly anyway.
Yeah, he's light on his feet. He's doing all the right stuff. He's not actually just survived. He's throwing back, fighting back, and it's not just 1 and 2. He's punching and punching.
Corners, 10 seconds.
Absolutely, you can see how he's picked up those wins.
Seconds out, round 4.
Both fighters try and stick around the centre, control the centre of the ring. Battle of the jabs as it stands in the opening moments of this 4th round.
And Rafferty just looks a lot bigger. His punches look a lot heavier, but it's Palowski that's landing.
You're right, he is. Rafferty was just falling in there, but that was a good right hand followed up by a left hook, and the following right hand hit the left glove of Palowski, but Rafferty smells blood as he just follows his man around the ring and sneaks one round the guard of the man from Poland, and followed by another one. And it's quite unbelievable with the power which these are landing in, that he's still in there and his legs are there and he's light on his toes, and I think Rafferty must be thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
He comes through with yet again another solid 1-2 and stalks his man round this ring in the centre of the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool, but then gets caught with a couple of shots back.
And this must be so disheartening for Rafferty, because you're literally hitting him with everything but the kick and sink, and he's still light on his feet and moving and firing back.
Has Rafferty used a lot of energy? How much has he got left? Because there's 1:20 left of this round. Oh, big solid shots there from Palowski, who knew he got through and knew he hurt him with those. And Rafferty is the man in the centre of the ring, now in defensive mode. Something we haven't really seen from him so far in this bout.
No, absolutely. And he's got a minute left. And how much has Palowski used here? And he's still fighting.
Palowski getting through more often than he's not at the moment.
Wow.
And gets through with yet another one. And Rafferty could really do with that belt. Palowski finishing the round strong. And he looks like he's really enjoying himself there.
He's having fun with it now.
In your opinion, why is Rafferty now getting hit more? Is it the fatigue? Has Palowski worked him out? What do you think?
Yeah, he's looking a lot more tired, and you've seen him having his big attacks on Palowski earlier in the round there, and you know, you need to question, did he gas himself out? Did he just give it too much? He's been marching forward for 3 rounds, so
it was the 1-2 which was really effective there from Palowski, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
But there it is again, he just got through it almost every time he threw it in the last quarter of that round.
Landing at a will there, and you know, if you're Rafferty, you need to be taking your head off centre, especially after that first one lands.
With that minute's
Corners,
rest,
10 seconds.
was needed, and in my opinion it was needed more for Rafferty than it was
Seconds out,
Palowski.
round 5.
Yep. Let's see how the two of them come out in this round. 2 rounds to go.
Well, Palowski's not wasting any time, he's back out firing, and
you get the sense he might have tasted a bit of what victory might be like, and he's coming out confident.
Absolutely. Rafferty looks like he's got his legs back under him, and again he's back on the hunt, stalking.
Oh, good left hook there from Rafferty and a right hand from Palowski.
They're trading now. Good jab.
Rafferty solid with that jab, just trying to disrupt the rhythm of Palowski. A good barrage of punches come back from the man from Poland.
Yep.
This is real to and fro stuff, isn't it?
Brilliant fight to top the night. This is the kind of fight that you're asking for to finish it off.
It's been the most entertaining fight of the night so far, I think. As Rafferty just lunges in again with another one of those big power jabs. Great movement and footwork from Palowski. And I'll tell you what, not an easy fight to score either.
No, absolutely not. And you know what? I think Rafferty's missing the jab that he had at the start. His jab was breaking up Palowski's attacks, and he's slowly bringing it back in now, but he's neglected it for the last 2 rounds. Good.
The corner must have told Rafferty, just get back on that jab, because that's what we've seen. He's not been necessarily been trying to win any exchanges, has he? He's just been back on his boxing, back just sticking that jab out.
Yeah, and he's obviously a tidy boxer, so, you know, the first few rounds he's obviously came and tried to blast this guy out, and it's not worked for him, and again, something you learn.
The last 10 seconds, and a much better round for Rafferty, who, as you said, broke up those attacks nicely with that jab.
Yeah, he's obviously went back to his corner last round and been told, get back on your boxing and get back to it.
The 1 round to go. I'll tell you what, I think we're in for one hell of a round as well.
Yeah.
I think both of them are going to come out and they're both going to give it everything which they've got, and if they do, it's going to be a great 3 minutes.
Definitely not the fight that Rafferty expected, I don't think. You know, he came out fighting, probably expected to take Palowski out.
Brilliant for the fans on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Corners 10 seconds. Seconds out for the 6th and final round.
Last round of this bout, last round of the evening. A great evening of boxing. We hope that you've enjoyed it very much. What a privilege and a pleasure to be sat ringside a few feet away. And Tom Rafferty has got some contest on his hands here. And Palowski of Poland has landed some solid shots in this. And both of them continue to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're taking shots like this, you need to be moving your head, moving your feet, back to the boxing, back on the jab. Things that were working for you last round.
It's almost like Rafferty had heard you, because once you said that, he seemed to be back to his boxing again.
Yeah,
not falling into his work.
And that was what's working for him, and when he's had his success, he's been clever, he's not trying to bomb him out, but tidy head movement there as well, just tightening up defensively. Lovely back down to the body as well.
And so far, I feel like Rafferty's been doing enough work and has been on the attack enough to be showing that he's the winner of this round, but we've still got a minute to go. For the last 2 minutes, the better work has come from Rafferty.
Yeah.
And I think it needed to, because this isn't going to be a straight victory if he does get it.
Took a big shot there, walking in, marching in. Needs to get back on the boxing again. And another 2 big shots. It's as if he starts with the boxing and then forgets, because he's having success with it. It's go time, but
good work from Rafferty, good aggressive work, but Pulowski boxing well on the back foot, just keeping himself out of danger the majority of the time as we go into the last 10 seconds of a fight that has been a fantastic fight, a great contest which has had a bit of everything within it.
Brilliant contest.
Fight of the night.
Yeah, what a way to end the night. What a contest.
Tough bout that for both men. But Rafferty was walking into shots he didn't need to, but that must have just been where that fatigue was setting in.
Yeah, it was like midpoint, whatever happened, and then he got a second win and started his boxing again.
Because like you said, he was establishing that jab so well in the first couple of rounds, but maybe it was where he was getting that success. Or maybe he just loves being in those firefights.
Well, I can tell you something, if it's in you, and you just love that, you love a war, even if it's a box.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee scorecard. Referee Mark Lyson scores the bout 58-56. And your winner, still undefeated, Tom Rafferty.
58-56 to Tom Rafferty. I think that's a fair score, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he controlled the first 2 rounds with his jab, his boxing. In the middle, he let it slip a bit, and then he got back on what was working, and again got back on the boxing, back on the jab, and obviously when he went back after round 3 or 4, his corners obviously spoke to him and said get back on the boxing, and didn't fool me. Got back in about it.
He did, and the majority of the last couple of rounds for me, where he was back on his boxing, felt like he did a good job within those rounds. Tough fight, really good though. Still just getting down onto the ring apron. And he'll catch a word with Nick P.
I'm ringside with Tom Rafferty, and that's how you end the show. Put a big smile on everybody's faces. You look like you enjoyed yourself.
Yeah, it was a good night's work. He came for it, and that's what I wanted. Great learning fight, good win in the bank against a strong opponent who was coming to win, and we keep building, we get on to the next one.
You were coasting after 2 rounds, boxing brilliantly, wasn't getting anywhere near you, and I think you thought to yourself, you know what, I'm going to give all these travelling fans something to cheer about. I'm going to dig my toes in, I'm going to have a bit of a tear up.
Yeah.
Coach just nodding his head here, look.
Yeah, I did a bit, and then got caught with a little shot. I was alright, to be fair, but he gave him the momentum, given the momentum to push on a bit and get back into a fight. But that was great learning for me. You know, you switch off, you go for it a little bit too much, and you run the risk of that happening. So I'll take that into the future. I got back on my boxing and I won the fight.
Absolutely, 13-0 now, Coach. Doing really, I say, this is what these early fights are all about. Gaining experience like that, knowing now there's a lot you can go back, look at the tape, moments where maybe he got caught with a shot, Tom. He dug his toes in, threw a big shot back, when the right thing to do might have just been step off and get back on your boxing.
Yeah, I thought he was boxing well. Like you said, the first 2 rounds we boxed him. Third round, Tom got more momentum. The fourth round, Tom was looking like he was going to stop him. And then one shot, and then Tom probably lost the full last minute of the fourth round. So he's gone from nearly stopping him to getting caught with a shot. But I think because he was in the mind frame of I've got him going here, rather than getting back to his boxing, he's stuck with what was already happening in the round a little bit. But like you say, it's good experience. I thought he'd come back in the 5th round, boxed well in that, got his shape back together, and I thought he only lost 1 round, to be honest, but it was definitely a good learning fight. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, and this crowd, as I say, the crowd absolutely enjoyed it. Great way to end the year. Go away now, have a nice Christmas, and then hopefully we see you back with a bang in 2025.
100%, yeah. Just like to say thanks to all my fans that come in, all my sponsors, my family, my girlfriend, Steve, all the boys at the gym. You know, it's a team effort. I can't go away disappointed tonight because that's boxing, and I dug in and I got the win on a great show. So a massive thanks to the People's Fighters and everyone who put this show together, and thanks for a great night.
Tom, it's an entertainment business, and mate, you entertained us tonight. Well done. Congratulations. Cheers, Steve. Big performance that. I'll bring Nathaniel Collins back in. He's been on comms all night. I'll bring Nathaniel back in just to kind of tie a nice little bow on the show. Nathaniel, listen, we've seen maybe not as many knockouts as maybe we would expect, and we did see some good knockouts out there. Big performance early on by Sean Cairns. Good finish for him, nice fast hands. Then we've seen, of course, that championship fight, probably the one I want to speak to you most about. Dayan Rodriguez picks up the IBO belt with a 30-second knockout. I think we expected fireworks. I don't think we expected that, did we?
No, absolutely. Cracking fight. What a shot. Perfectly timed, perfectly placed. As the guy was turning away, never seen it coming, slipped it right up through the middle, and you probably couldn't have picked a better shot if you tried. So, phenomenal performance.
We said at the top of the show that was the one, you in particular, it's your weight division, these are your potential opponents in the future. You were interested to get a little look at both those guys. We didn't really learn much though, did we?
I never got much of a look, but
I don't think the Thai kid landed a shot.
No.
And Gonzalez, I should say, that one uppercut, it was game over.
Yeah, brilliant. And do you know what? If you're fighting for an IBO title, what a way to win it. If you're fighting any fight, what a way to win it, because you don't want to be in there longer than you need to be, and he took no punishment, took no shots, and yeah, what more can you ask for?
Of course, absolutely. We did see what I think could be the new star of Liverpool boxing once again tonight though as well. Jack Turner, the crowd certainly stayed out for him. What a performance from him for a super flyweight. He obviously has got frightening power.
Yeah, brilliant, and I says at the start of the show that was the one I was looking forward to seeing, and he didn't disappoint. And you know, I was saying on commentary there, he's the whole package. He's got the fans, the place was jumping, he's got the power. You know, 6 fights ago for Jack, I was hearing about him in Scotland, you know what I mean? So it was like, there's this small guy, loads of power, and that was a year ago, you know what I mean? So he's only grown and grown and grown, and yeah, he's going to be a big name in the sport, I think.
I spoke to his corner team there just as they were leaving. I said, you know, how's he doing in the gym? Who's he working with? He said he spars with Josh Taylor. You know, he's throwing hands with lightweights, super lightweights, and he's fighting at super flyweight. Joe McNally said to me, he said he's got a cracking chin as well.
That's it, mate. When you've got it, you've got it, and they'll not be lying about that. There's no question about it. When you've got it, you've got it. And I know myself, I'm similar with the sparring up the weights and stuff, so you can tell just by looking at him for his performances, he's got it, and it's going to be something special.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was kind of the show stealer tonight, as I say, a couple of cracking first round finishes. All in all, we got a little barnstormer at the end as well.
Brilliant fight, absolutely brilliant fight, and not one that you would have expected, but Yeah, cracking one to end the night.
Never underestimate anybody.
No, definitely.
You know what I mean? Fantastic. Thank you for watching us on Box Nation tonight. This has been a People's Fighters production exclusively for Box Nation. From me and Nathaniel, we'll catch you next time.